Ayun. Hello Shahzad. Hello Dmitry. Hello. Hi everyone. This is Julie Rashlin speaking. I'm very happy to welcome you to this second day of a giant healthcare event. And very happy to be the master of ceremony for this Building Compelling Equity Stories in Healthcare track. Let me say a few words before welcoming our speakers and guests for today. Basically, Lallianse is the life science integrator, and we're dedicated to health tech companies who conceive, develop, and commercialize regulated health solutions at all stages of maturity. We consider ourselves as sparring partner for the entrepreneur and our operating partner for the company, clearly with the objective of unlocking success by catalyzing medical need combined with suited products, combined with high-performing teams. We support entrepreneurs to calibrate today's decision with future ambitions and intend to inspire confidence with holistic view, experienced and committed team, and of course, shared values. Our perspectives are quality-driven process and cash-efficient over time. And because Lallianse is a team that convenes shared value, we have a very strong focus on patient benefits and patients in general. And our idea is really to bring multidisciplinary expertise around the table to help life science company ask the right question and basically work on the right answers to those questions. Said differently, we formulate the key questions, we build the adapted strategic approach, and we steer operations. When we do that, we can either do that on a remote approach, just like what we can do today with Giant on this live event, but we also operate from a co-working space, which is based in a hospital, basically the largest hospital in Europe at La Pitié-Salpêtrière. And we offer basically an adapted environment to assist company by offering direct interactions with clinicians and healthcare professionals in general, and of course help for piloting studies in the hospital-based environment. As I said earlier, it's my pleasure to be the master of ceremony, and it's a big first for me. So it's it's a great day for this perspective, and I'm very happy to guide you and guide our speakers to our Building Compelling Equity Stories in Healthcare track. Indeed, building equity story is the key to a lot of life science innovation success, as unfortunately or fortunately, depending on where you are, investor money and interest is a mandatory challenge to overcome. And basically, it's our common goal to, at least at Lallianse, to work with our clients and achieve development of health solutions. Our outstanding speakers, representing some of the most compelling French actors of our industry, will share their experience and thoughts. First, hello, Gabriel. You will be talking very soon with Ludovic. Gabriel is a chairman of Polyplus. I hope I said it right with the English accent. And Ludovic is from Archimate, and they will guide us through a pas de deux, meaning a duet between investor and entrepreneur, with clearly an outstanding and successful equity story that has proven success for Polyplus and Archimate's perspective. We will then focus on a fireside chat with Catherine Bull. She's managing partner at Carista, and she will share her perspective from inception to success in early stage life science companies. Finally, the objective is to hear Thierry Sarda, and Thierry is one of Lallianse operating partners, to close our session and our morning discussions with the entrepreneurial perspective and value creation of portfolio building perspective. Before moving to our first speakers who have joined the room number one this morning, I would like to thank the Giant team, of course, the Lallianse team that has done a fantastic work in the past few weeks, and a very special thank to our little fairy at Lallianse, Mrs. Shahzad Moradi. You have been outstanding, Shahzad, and thank you so much for your support and help for this whole preparation, background work and preparation. We have we are a few minutes in advance, but I'm more than happy to welcome Ludovic and Gabrielle this morning with us. Hello, guys. It's good to have you joining this giant event. It's a first for Lallianse. It's a first for me as a master of ceremony. No, it's my little pleasure to say that several times during this morning. I'm actually very proud that you guys accepted to share with the audience today your experience and your compared perspective of what it takes to make a success. What are the key success factors you have identified through your personal experience? Can I have a green light from the tech team to make sure we have the slides prepared to be shown? I'm sorry I have to keep you waiting. I just need to make sure everything is all set.
No worries.
Let me ask the question in writing. We are expecting the feedback from Shahzad. Yes, fantastic, Shahzad. Thank you so much again. So I will, probably guide and make sure that Gabrielle and Ludovic will share their thoughts. But first of all, I would like to thank them again for joining us and maybe maybe take a few minutes to let them introduce themselves personally, and of course both Polyplus and Archimede. And to this, maybe I will hand it over to Ludovic to start. Ludovic, can you introduce yourself and maybe share with us Archimede's positioning and perspective?
Yeah, sure. Do you hear me well?
Just? Yes, perfect.
Fantastic. So I'm Ludovic Lallianse. I'm French. That's one particularity at Archimede. I'm a director at Archimede, and I joined 5 years ago right now. And before this private equity experience, I used to spend 10 years in mergers and acquisition, with the big proportion of that focused on healthcare. And this is through those experience that I had the opportunity to meet with Polyplus and Gabrielle back to 2012, if I remember correctly. And if I do it shortly as regard Archimede, of course, it's a private equity investor that everyone may know. We manage something like 1.5 billion euro as of today. Archimede was founded by a 3i former executive focused on healthcare exclusively. And they decided in 2014 to spin out from 3i and build Archimede and focus the investments exclusively in the healthcare industry, and with the ability to invest all over the world, more precisely through all countries in Europe and North America first. We might enlarge this later on. We have today something like 40 plus employees at Archimede with 10 or 12 nationalities. That's why I mentioned that I was French, because it's quite, even for a French PE, it's quite rare among the team. And we invested into 17 companies through, I don't remember exactly, but it might be something like 6-7 countries that I mentioned earlier, through Europe and North America. Through 3 different funds, 150 million for the very first one, raised in 2014, 315 for the second, raised in 2017. And 1 billion raised a couple of months ago. That's a success that we are very proud of.
You can be Ludovic. Congratulations! That's really outstanding, and I'm sure that for all the audience, having this investor perspective is very interesting. And I must say, raising funds is probably as challenging as an entrepreneur, but also for an investor too. So congratulations on the latest fund raised.
Thank you.
Gabrielle. Please introduce yourself and Polyplus.
Well, hopefully you can hear me well. Okay, good. So my name is Gabriel Festock. I am the chairman of the board at Polyplus Transfection. I joined the company in 2009 as chairman. Before that, I was already an entrepreneur. I founded another company active in the domain of PCR testing of food and beverage samples, in order to detect whether they do contain or not undesired bacteria. And by education, I am a biologist with a PhD in population genetics. And as regards the company, Polyplus Transfection, perhaps we can move to the next slide because I believe this is where we have a couple of bullet points. So as again, a company, we are a transfection solution provider. Transfection being the technology by which you can deliver into a cell a molecule, usually a DNA or RNA sequence. It's not a passive phenomenon because the cells, they are protected by a membrane whose main feature or mission is to filter what can get in and get out. So when the scientists need to introduce something into a cell, they need, let's say, transportation means, and such means are called transfection technologies or transfection regions. So this is what we do at Polyplus. We develop, manufacture, and market transfection solutions worldwide for a variety of applications, inclusive the gene and cell therapy market, where we are the leaders. We estimate that the majority of players do use our transfection technologies for the manufacturing of their gene therapy drugs. In terms of the staff, there are about 100 employees at the moment, still evolving quite rapidly because we are planning more than 20 additional recruitments in the very short term. And the company is headquartered in France because it was founded as a spin-off of the University of Strasbourg, but we do play very globally with subsidiaries and commercial representations elsewhere, notably in North America and Asia. That's all for the company.
Thank you very much, Gabriel. Very, very clear presentation of Polyplus Transfection and of your background history. Let's stay a little bit more, maybe on the slide number 2. And
I forgot to mention one point which would make sense.
Go ahead, Ludovic.
Presentation. By education, I have a master in finance. So it's a little detail, but when I think it will make sense later on in the presentation about how we partner together. It will resonate differently. But I have no specific degree, unlike some other Archimede members in some science particular topics, field.
Thanks for this clarification, Ludovic. Indeed, this is good to know, especially given the discussion we will have later on. But maybe it also relates to the reasons of why you choose each other, because I know that Archimede, you must be overwhelmed with a lot of projects and a lot of interesting companies to invest in. And same for Polyplus. I mean, for such an interesting company, I'm pretty sure that other investors were also interested in joining the investment round and maybe assisting you, Gabriel, and the whole team into the company development. So maybe the first question I would have is, why did you choose each other, and what convinced from both sides, actually, you personally, of course, and your organization to work together? Maybe Ludovic, you want to go first?
I'll go. Yeah, thank you. I'll go first with very obvious topics. The first one is the most obvious because we are a financial investor. So of course, the first thing we look at are the financials of the company, so revenue, profitability, and this kind of stuff. because of our goal, but also because of our mandate. The money we raise is unfortunately not ours money. So very little portion of it is ours, but the biggest proportion is from limited partners that invest in our funds through specific criteria. One of them is that we invest in healthcare exclusively, and others are threshold around revenue, profitability, and this kind of stuff. So the first thing we looked at was the revenue size and profitability. Unfortunately, when we met with Gabriel, it was end 2015 or early 2016, the threshold were not really met at that time. And however, we looking at the past figure of the company coming back to 2012 or 13, the company was enjoying already quite a strong growth. If I remember, it was something like 30% a year, but was loss-making. At the moment we met, the company was, let's say, break-even or with a very low profitability in terms of absolute value, but the margin was started to be interesting, let's say. And while investigating a bit more and spending time with Gabriel and the team, we discovered over the months of the due diligence that the company was continuously growing month over month and generating higher margin and then cash flow. This point, which is only a financial point, convinced us to invest and continue. On the parallel, we look at what the company does. Of course, the positioning. So they were positioned on the research segment, so providing transfection reagent for the research activities and the bioproduction. Bioproduction was nascent at that time, and research was at that time quite the biggest proportion of the revenue, which is the exact opposite today. But research was growing steadily, 10% a year, and it was very recurrent. The bioproduction was a nascent market with not fresh new, but new product compared to the research portfolio of product, and was very fastly growing. Even when you start from zero and you do 100K sales for the first year, it's a 100% growth. That's just the math are easy, but not very relevant. But still, it was the case month over month, and was still growing. So this point and the positioning of the company in the very niche market convinced us to invest, and we have been able to judge this because not only my experience in the healthcare industry was relevant, but because among the deal team at Archimed, we had somebody who was from more the operational side, who had scientific knowledge and understanding of what was the business, what were the product, and what were the client addressed. So we were convinced, of course, by the financial, even if they were not meeting the threshold at all that we were supposed to respect in front of our LPs, but the positioning of the company was very niche, very specific, and with a great potential. So there is a part of a risk that we took at that time. So the value creation that we were expecting in investing in this company was very high. So we believed strongly in the potential. It was not a bet at the end.
Thank you, Ludovic. Sorry for being silent a few seconds. I'm just trying to share my screen to make sure the slides can be moved on. But while I'm trying to solve this issue, maybe Gabriel, would be also very interesting to hear your thoughts about your perspective and why did you choose to work with Archimed, and why did the deal team convince you?
Well, there has been several reasons why we decided to team up with Archimed. The first one I would mention is about the fact that they are dedicated to healthcare. As a biotech company, it was making a lot of sense for us to partner with a dedicated fund. We believe that they'd be more likely to figure out our business, inclusive some scientific wording compared to a less dedicated or a more universal investor. Also, I have to say that I liked their trait. They presented themselves as deeply involved people. The team at Archimede is quite active and dynamic, and this is what I was looking for when it was about changing the ownership of the company. I personally prefer to work with involved and active partners. I don't feel to be, questioned or challenged. I prefer to have regular exchanges with my partners. I would rather feel the opposite. In fact, more like sleeping partners that you cannot easily reach or get a decision from. So yes, Archimede represented themselves as a very dynamic team, and indeed they are. There has been no surprise afterwards. I would say that trust was generated from day one. When you have to make a decision after a couple of initial or introductory meetings, when the moment comes for signing the LOI, the letter of intent, it's not an easy decision. It contains its part of feeling, but my feelings were very positive. I could feel that I could trust these guys and that they would behave as they claimed. Another reason is about our maybe respective areas of expertise. At Polyplus Transfection, so as I said, we are a transfection company, so it's a niche market, and we are very specialized and very scientific, let's say. But when it comes to the finance world, we are less familiar, less experienced with these kind of things. And when you have to invest your personal money or to co-invest with someone, with a financial partner, because this is what a management buyout is about. It's not an easy decision, and I felt reassured on the journey, that for several years journey that we would do together, inclusive the ultimate step. When it comes to exiting or changing the ownership again, I felt very reassured by Archimede's team. The company itself was pretty recent. If I'm not mistaken, Archimede was founded in 2014, but the team behind has a very great and impressive track record within the healthcare domain. So I felt reassured on that. I knew that when time would come for changing again the ownership of a company, I could rely on real experts to manage this process very efficiently. And this is also important, because when you invest your money into a company or a venture, there is a moment when you need to get the fruits out of your investment and work, and having the right partners for this, I believed, could make a real difference at the end of the day.
If I may, Julie,
go ahead, Ludovic. Go ahead.
The opposite is true as well, because the trust was also on our side. So we are not operational, so we do not have any kind of operating role in companies we invest in. So you need to trust the management in place and people there. So because we invest a significant amount of money, partly of this is our. So you need to trust in the people you invested, even if you know each other for a few weeks, few months, and then you're going to spend the next 4, 5, 6, 7 years together, try to build something and achieve goals, challenge ourselves with the particular experience and understanding of the business. It could be different sometimes. So everything starts with trust.
Thanks for basically preparing the link and the transition to the next aspect of our discussion, Ludovic. Is clearly this overall perspective needs to rely on very strong operational complementarity between the two of you. And basically for this, let me try to I hope you can see the slides. I just try to move a little bit, because moving to the partnership in practice, my question would be first to maybe discuss about those bullet points that you have been designing together, and what are basically the key success drivers into your relationship. And I understand that you've been working on those bullet points together. So for me, maybe for the first one, regarding the increased familiarity with the operational and management shareholder style, Ludovic, can I just leave that to you first and maybe try to elaborate a little bit on this?
First, we try to explain how we're going to work together to the management team, which means that we're going to meet on, we're going to have a monthly meetings just to go through the business, key figures, and what happened in the company. We have some board meeting every quarter. That's very traditional in every companies, and specifically in the private equity industry. So we do it more formally with 2, 3, 4 hours dedicated to those meetings. But that's the professionalization of the company. But out of that, we try to meet with the management physically as much as possible. I mentioned just earlier that we need to start with trust, but then we need to maintain this trust all along the partnership. Because if we do in different direction, then we're gonna face big issues in communication, in decision, and for the company itself. So I tried at the beginning to come something like every month, a couple of days, 2, sometimes 3 days. Even if we have something like a 1-hour meeting to discuss specific topics with the management team, I can do my homework aside of the management, and then we can discuss at the coffee machine later on in the day some topic that we did not raise in the agenda that we discussed before, but that came during the day because the Polyplus story was very exciting and moving every day. So if you have the sponsor next to you and the next door, and you have something to say about whatever the topic is, you can discuss it. And this allows to build trust, to build understanding of each other goal, and to take decision. The ability to take decision fast is very key. I think for us it is the case. I suppose it was a comfort as well on Polyplus side to make sure you can invest extra budget of the extra amount of out of the budget because you meet any specific issue. If you take the decision in 24 hours, you can acquire the equipment you want and having on site 1 week later instead of waiting for the next board meeting before asking this budget to be allocated for specific investment. So this is something that we try to build. We are still trying to maintain today with at Polyplus.
Gabriel, maybe you want to elaborate on that too?
Yeah, sure. So it's true that we had very frequent exchanges with Archimed, between Polyplus and Archimed, but also maybe on a more personal basis between me and Ludovic. And yes, I would say that getting to know each other very well over time has been for me a very important aspect of our partnership. As an industrial company, we have our own know-how and domain of expertise. Archimed, they have theirs, but it's important to understand each other very well and to be able to work together very closely and in the most fruitful manner. And I believe that in a sense, we don't have exactly the same mindset because we don't have the same core missions. And it's important to make the bridge between these two different mindsets. Just to illustrate my language or to give maybe an example, in the industry, we we like very much to have absolutely everything being planned in advance, and we like very much to stick to the plan. We are very used with planning and retro planning absolutely everything throughout the entire organization, from R&D through production, quality, etc., all the way to sales and marketing. We don't like to change our plans. It doesn't mean that we are not capable of reactions or adaptations when, if needs be. But in essence, we don't like changing too much. And I believe that the financial world, we are a little more opportunistic in a sense. Perhaps they barely know which company they are going to take over in 2 or 3 years from now, whereas in the industry, everything is planned several years in advance. So at least I would say their team, they can be somehow released from sticking so hardly to charts involving so many different people and departments. And thanks to very regular discussions and exchanges, we developed a great fit, and we avoided situations where we would look to much like Martians to each other, with on one side the company maybe or the company team looking too inflexible or conservative, on the other side the shareholder looking to maybe disturbing, So all this we really avoid it thanks to regular exchanges, thanks to the time we spend together in order to make our common work very, very efficient.
So, I mean, this very agile approach that you have developed by working together is, to what I can understand, based on a deep collaboration and trust, on a very strong commitment in terms of timing. And I would say, aside from the cash, of course, but in terms of engagement from both teams. Is that correct, Ludovic?
Yeah, I mean, you should not be shy to say, sorry, I don't understand. It happened to me quite often.
That's a fair point.
No, but I mean, it looked probably ridiculous for many people, but here it's high technology. It's deeply scientific, and if I assist to a discussion between Gabriel and the chief scientific officer of Polyplus, I may not understand quite a lot of what they say. So you should not be shy and say, okay, guys, please clarify what you say to me, because I'm not able to follow exactly what you mentioned. And they clarify it. So just don't try to force yourself to understand if it's not the case, because at the end it will be seen by the others. So when you will look then ridiculous, but being ridiculous is not asking the question, is to try to understand when it's not the case.
Yeah.
Gabriel, what do you think?
Yeah. No, indeed, we did spend some time together, including, for some explanations around science and this kind of thing. So we have tried to be good teachers, and they have been very good students, I have to say. At the end of the day, we were able to understand each other, and it's true also that Archimede and Ludovic, he really made the effort to come and visit us very regularly, which for me was much better, compared to just phone calls. And I think I can say that, of course, this took more than one day or a week, but after some months and quarters, we've been able to establish a real confidence between each other. And just to illustrate this, when we, for example, needed to make an investment or recruit someone, I mean items that were not initially planned, but at some point eventually existed. I did witness several times a decision within the course of a day, at the scale of hours, if not minutes. And I believe we can call this deep collaboration and trust. and this was, I believe, obtained. This was a result of the so frequent exchanges that we have had that generated this trust, this confidence. When your shareholders understand your company, your business, and yourself very well, then you can easily make a decision, even when it's not an easy one, when you want to spend more money compared to what was planned, because growth is there and you don't want to lose time and so on. If they know you very well, they know you're not the kind of guy of making stupid decisions. And if you ask this, you may have good reasons for this, and you can get your green light and approval very easily and quickly.
Thank you very much, Gabriel.
Give you an example, Julie.
Please do.
I think among the first weeks after investing in Polyplus, I came to the CSO to have something like 1 or 2 hours session of what is transfection, but not performed by the strategic advisor that we mandated to help us to understand the market and check if our thoughts were true or not, but to create relationship with the team and to understand from one person at the company who is partly inventor of those products, how does it work? And this has changed to me the vision of the company. And when you do this frequently and you maintain those kind of discussions frequently, when the team is asking you an extra budget to invest into this equipment, or because they need extra people in the company, you do not challenge their request. You just say, okay, why you did that? I need this because I need the people to do this and that, and the discussion is over. So it takes 2 minutes, and the decision is granted. I mean, the budget is granted.
I mean, yeah, it clearly does the liaison with the mutual respect that you both had for your different pillars of expertise. And I understand that you have a very clear understanding and clear picture of the other side added value. Is that correct, Gabriel?
Yeah, absolutely. Indeed, we respected each other very much in that respect. Of course, we are the scientists, we are a very scientific company, as I was saying, so it's not obvious for a financial investor, even though they do have some expertise in the healthcare domain as a whole, but when it comes to something very particular, it's not so easy, even though they do have transaction experts as well within their team. But yes, they respected us very much for this, and the opposite was true as well, in the sense that when it comes to implementing new financial operations and so on, they did have a real expertise, and they could really support us implementing this. So mutual respect and mutual help, I would say, as well.
Ludovic, do you want to add something on this? You're not obliged to. We can then switch to the next bullet point, which is clearly related to this too, is the extensive communication between you two.
Yeah, please go ahead. I think that otherwise I'm going to repeat.
I thought so, but I didn't want to, just to let Gabriel answer this very specific one. Sure, but I don't want to be boring. It's fair. But you've been discussing, Gabriel and Ludovic, about the collaboration, the respect, and the time needed to have a clear understanding of other parties' perspective. What could you tell us about communication in general? Ludovic?
We communicating every day, or I would say every week, allows that we speed decision, understanding of each other. But at some point, we had some questions were not answered. The biggest one that we ask, and we probably still ask ourselves, is how long the company will still grow. Will it last for the next 10 years at 100% growth a year? You hope so, but you never know. This question could be raised in any kind of company you invest in. But when you enjoy such a tremendous growth and the company is changing almost every week, from one week to another, you have 10%, 20% growth compared to the week before, and you have 100% growth to the week of the last year compared to the week of the last year. You need to structure the company, you need to recruit, you need to do a lot of operational stuff that the company and Gabriel first made fantastically well. But when you ask yourself, how long will it goes on? Then to answer this question, it starts to be difficult because someone say yes, someone say no. The reason behind are unclear, and the market is very nascent. So we propose to the management to launch a kind of market survey or market analysis that we do usually at the end of an investment to prepare the exit or the sale of the company, to educate the buyers, making them up to speed, to make sure they have good understanding of the market, the customer, the behavior of the customer, and all on. We did it after 2.5 years, just for ourselves, not because the management doesn't know what the market they are addressing. They know about it better than us. But what will be the future and how can we assess this? The customer addressed by Polyplus are very secretive because most of them are developing new drugs. So of course they don't disclose anything to even their supplier because they want the drug to become the best over the world, and they try to be as secretive as possible to maintain pressure on customers, to maintain pressure on suppliers, and because it's a nascent market, very new, and the technology is fresh new, so it might not become a success. So it's difficult to extract information. So we launched together this analysis through a specific marketing and commercial advisor based in the US because the market is mainly there. And this is thanks to this decision, we understood a bit deeper the market, and we understood the potential of the market much better than before, and allowing then the management team to accelerate even more on the customer to address, on the customer needs. And for ourselves, the global leadership position of the company, who was thought at the beginning, has been proved and was much higher than when we believed. Those kind of outcomes were useful just as a understanding, but then this is the management who continued to use this tool and to the benefit of the company to make the company grow again. But it has built another step of trust between us.
And in terms of timing, I will have to move on and maybe switch to the challenges and achievements from your combined story. But I think what you've been discussing, Ludovic, is also the preliminary insights about working together to organize and basically prepare an adequate sales process. And I would like to maybe switch to the next slide regarding the, not the postmortem analysis that we usually do after a situation, but here it's like a post-success perspective, given the earlier this year announcement of refinancing of Polyplus transaction that you've announced. And I would like maybe to hear maybe you, Gabriel, first on the challenges and the accomplishments that you've achieved in those past few years.
Sure. Maybe if I start with the challenges, one of them for me was relating to the size of the company. A few years back, we were about 25 employees. We were already enjoying regular and significant growth, as Ludovic mentioned, but we were not ready and prepared to cope with much faster trends. You know, when you are the market leader, but within a market that barely exists and that suddenly becomes much bigger, you have to adapt yourself extremely fast, operationally speaking, but also strategy-wise. You know, what's next in terms of business development and product development, and you don't have to you don't have years to think about it, not even quarters, because the competition, they won't wait for you. And at that time, our resources were much more limited. Personally, I had the two jobs, you know, chairman and interim CEO, while I could count on Archimede for the interim on the finance side until a CFO joined. So all in all, needless to say that this was a lot of things to manage at the same time. With on one side strong growth, and on the other side limited resources. So for me, this was the number one challenge we had to face.
Ludovic, what about you?
I mean, the scientific complexity has always been a challenge for me, as I mentioned earlier, but it continued to be one of them. So that's the because the market is changing every day, the technologies are changing, evolving every day. It's a 30-40% growth market, so you need to keep up to date the technology raising and the threat that the company may face technology-wise. So you need to be up to date on a weekly basis on what happened on this market. Scientifically speaking, not of course looking at the transaction happening in the market, we can all do it. But then to understand why this company acquired this one, and why this company and the company acquired developed a specific drug, a specific component of a drug, what this component is about, why it's different from what we do, is there is something significantly different from what we do. This might change drastically the trend growth of the company. So you might be aware about this almost every week on what happened.
Thanks, Ludovic. Very clear. And as I said earlier, I think we can really give you guys and the whole teams a big hooray, given the successful strategy you've deployed. What would be the main achievements you would like to share with us this morning?
If I may start, I think I will share this probably with Gabriel. It's probably the same, but it's also shared with the whole team of Polyplus, and I will say Archimede as well. When we discovered and we understood that end of 2018, early 2019, that a drug under development, thanks to Polyplus, thanks to one component provided by Polyplus, will be authorized and commercialized on the market, will be saving children from death. That changed your perception of what you do. So this drug is commercial for 1.5 years now in Europe and US. So this is particularly intense when you understand that what you do is also providing this kind of giving this kind of impact. I let probably Gabriel elaborate a bit more than I did.
Yeah, sure. I cannot agree more. So indeed, our number one achievement is to become a leader for gene and cell therapy applications, thanks to plenty of factors, such as structuring the company accordingly, recruiting the right talents and so on. We did reinforce the management, but not only. You got it that we were about 25 a few years ago, and now it's 100 and still evolving very rapidly. But beyond the numbers and the profitability and so on behind, we are new drugs being developed and for life-threatening diseases. And it's a very good reason for waking up full of energy in the morning, because when you launch a new product that allows to increase the productivity by 2, 3, and 4, you know that you deeply contribute to reducing the cost of these new drugs, which for now are quite expensive. And you know that there are patients and their families and social security systems behind that need these technological improvements. And we are very happy, motivated, and proud to contribute to these improvements, indeed.
Thank you so much. I would like, in the few remaining minutes that we have this morning, maybe to move towards the conclusion of this session and maybe discuss about the key success factors for the successful partnership you've been describing. And maybe I will let you two guys elaborate and kind of have your recipe for success. If you had to share one with the audience this morning, what would it look like?
If I start on that, we try to provide risk capital, so that's obvious for our private equity sector. But we try to be a strategic partner more than a financial partner, which means that we have to trust the management team in the investment they require, because they drive the company. So this is where we built value together. So understanding what they do and understanding their requests to make sure we go fast enough, we meet the requirement of the customer. So this day-to-day information comes from the management, and we need to challenge them, of course, but to help them to go forward. But on the other side, we help them also to step back to the operation, to look at, to take the view and the perception that we have as shareholder, and not being on the day-to-day operation. So looking at the market potential, the sector threat, the competition. So we help on the other side with this, for example, the market survey that we push to do. We try to provide with that as well. So it's a matter of, again, of trust, but on both advantages, so on both value added, I would say.
Gabriel, you want to take the next bullet point?
Yeah, I would emphasize sector expertise. As I mentioned earlier on, for us, having a partner that can really figure out what gene therapy is or what a transfection technology is made a real sense. You may struggle to get the right support if your partner cannot figure out the basics of your market and activities. So I wanted to mention this as something that has been extremely positive in our partnership.
Ludovic, let's switch to the international perspective of the partnership.
That's an obvious one, because we introduced Archimed and Polyplus together with Gabriel, mentioning that Archimed was very international because of all nationalities and ability to invest in a lot of countries, while Polyplus, on the other hand, was already making something like 90%, 95% of its revenue out of France, which is even more the case today. So we remain on those focus because it was a key advantages of both. So we tried to push on that, and it was particularly relevant for Polyplus because the market is mainly out of Europe, even if Europe is still a huge market. But today, where we enjoy the biggest proportion of the revenue is out of France, actually. So we pushed the management to continue on this way, to enlarge the global footprint and continue to push to have direct relationship with end clients, even if they are based very far away. The relationship is particularly important, as we mentioned all along this conversation, but it's even more important at Polyplus level with its clients who are developing new drugs.
Gabriel, do you want to share with us your insights about value creation, maybe?
Yeah, about this, I would highlight maybe the long-term aspect of this. One might think that financial investors can be very short-term driven, but I have to say that in our partnership with Archimate, this hasn't been the case at all. We were always looking far ahead. And so we, in that respect, we did have the same mindset of long-term value creation. So this is why I wanted to yes, highlight this common mindset as regards value creation.
Thanks, Gabriel. And maybe finally, Ludovic, the impact-driven approach.
We mentioned a bit earlier with Gabriel. I mean, the goal of the transfection reagent is to allow the discovery and the production and commercialization of new drugs. So the objective is helping pharma companies, biopharma, manufacture new drugs that will save life and or help people to become healthy or to have a better life. So we mentioned earlier with this treatment who save children's life. That's quite impactful, and we understand that now there is dozens or hundreds of those coming into the market in the next years, changing a bit the pharma industry itself. So the impact is fantastic for us, of course, but we assume that it's fantastic as well for the pharma industry and health, global health.
Thank you so much, Ludovic. We have like 1 final minute for closing remarks, so I won't take too much time on my side. Maybe can I ask each of you to share with the audience, maybe just in 2 words, what would be your 2 advice for either investors or entrepreneurs to maybe be inspired by your story? Gabriel, go first.
I would say maybe be curious, welcome all kind of ideas and inputs, leave your ego apart, because all ideas are always interesting to explore, and and keep in mind that a co-shareholder has to be a partner. The word partner is important. So for this reason, keep being flexible, and yeah, is what I would mention as my advice, maybe.
Thanks, Gabriel. Ludovic?
I would be intent to say the same, but I'll try to mention something else. I would say the challenge is one of the key points. Which always try to say when at budget time once a year, when the management were asking for, let's say, 3 additional salesmen for the next year to accelerate growth. The question you may ask is not why, but why not 6? And what would you do with 6? Would you do better? Would you do less? If the management is ambitious, and it was the case, try to be ambitious as well, or even more.
I love the reaction of Gabriel. It really is the perfect example of the quality relationship that you've been building over the past years. And I mean, I wish to the 2 of you and your organization the best of luck in the upcoming years? May Polyplus transaction become it's difficult because you're already a leader, but may you maintain your position as a leader, and may Archimate raise several billion euros and help life science company grow. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for your availability, for your time and preparation for this morning's session.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Julie.
Have
Bye-bye.
a fantastic day.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, we will.
My pleasure.
We have a fireside chat discussion this morning, even though neither you or me are nearby a fire. But anyway, it's let's warm up. Let's warm things up. Thank you so much for accepting to be part of our session. We've had the pleasure to listen to Ludovic and Gabriel from respectively Archimate and Polyplus talking about the relationship they built and the success they brought to Polyplus and Archimate as company and investors. I would like this morning to discuss with you from scratch to success, and maybe your perspective as an early stage investor. But before digging into this, can you introduce yourself and present your maybe background and experience?
Yeah, for sure. Thank you very much, Julie, for this invite, and I'm very happy to be here. So I'm Catherine Boulle. I'm the managing partner of Carista, and I began my career a long time ago, not so long, but as a researcher at the Curie Institute in Paris, and but that was not very good for me. I was not very happy in my lab, and it was too long for me, waiting for unfruitful results, and also making dishes a lot. So I decided to switch, and I did an MBA, and I joined a French incubators. It was the beginning of the innovation policy in France, early 2000s, and I assisted a different several companies, biotech and medtech companies, in building their first business plan and launching their stories. So then I joined Carista. It was at this time it was Cap Decisive, and I was in charge of the healthcare portfolio. Perhaps a few words about Carista itself. So Carista is a French venture firm incorporated in 2001. So next year will be our 20 years birthday. So important, yes. We invested mainly in very early stage companies, seeds and Series A, in France and in Western Europe. And our next fund will be for sure a European one. We are managing around 200 million, not 2,000, 200 million euros into into several funds. And we invested in three main sectors: healthcare, of course, digital, and deep tech. What can I say? We have financed now more than 85 companies in these fields, and we've got some successes, of course. We are 12 people for now in the company, and we've got diverse backgrounds, which is very interesting. All of us have always some other jobs before, certain coming from, of course, research or tech transfer, startups, corporates. And we have the chance to have mixed cultures with digital background engineers and also healthcare and life sciences, which is very important for us to have this kind of skills, because we can with that cover a wide broad of different technologies and solutions, which is very interesting for us. Because we are doing these jobs for now 20 years, we've got also a big network with a lot of big people who can rely on, consultants, advisors, experts, entrepreneurs, etc. So it's not in a team, but it's very important to have this sort of networks, people we can trust on. In this team, we've got now a solid track record with altogether more than 150 companies backed, and some very good successes. I will come back to that later. Our positioning is for sure at early stage for now, and we are some kind of expert of this type of companies. We've got some know-how and expertise, and we can invest from €500,000 to €5 million at this stage. Our playground is in France, Western Europe, and Europe. Our LPs, perhaps a few words.
Please, whatever you want to share with us, Catherine, and whatever is publicly available.
Okay, I will try. So LPs are also mixed, of course, institutionals like banks, insurers, pension funds, and also more recently corporates and family offices. So not very different from other funds, in fact. We've got 2 funds under deployment for now. The first one is a local one, PRVF, launched by the Paris region. It is dedicated to tech and digital companies and can invest up to €2 to €3 million per company. And the other one is the last one we just launched, we just closed last summer. It dedicated to investment into digital health companies. It's a €50 million fund with a ticket size up to 5 million per company. And for us, digital health, perhaps a few words, is very, very wide, with solutions coming from prevention, coaching, etc., and going up to digital therapeutics. So very, very diverse, in fact, and interesting things. We are very happy to have in this fund some corporates that are happy to come with us in this new sector and to learn more with us the new trends of this emerging market. In this fund, we already done 2 deals. One in cardiology. The company is named Implicity. They are developing a platform for following patients with pacemakers and defibrillators, and to be able to follow them at home. And the other one is Incepto Medical, into imaging. We just mentioned we are preparing a new fund in a very different sector. It's in new space, so nothing at all with healthcare, but interesting. The name of the fund is Cosmic Capital, and probably we will announce it early next year. And this fund will be a European fund, and it was launched with the CNES, so the French Space Agency, and the ESA, the European Space Agency. And these missions will be to finance the leaders, the European leaders in this field.
So sky is the limit.
Yes,
basically.
for sure.
Whatever type of fund for Carista, sky is the limit. Even space is the limit now.
Yeah.
It's further than sky. Maybe you could share with us some of your few interesting experience before maybe digging into your life as a VC and how can you help startups?
Yeah, sure. I would like to share with you perhaps three key deals that we've just made in healthcare, because as you understand, we are not at Carista only dedicated to healthcare. I am, but my colleagues are not. So first of all, I can just have a few words about a company named DBV Technologies, which is the first French biotech company listed on the NASDAQ. We are very proud of that. We were the first investor, seed investor, well, we can say pre-seed investor in DBV technology more than 15 years now. And we put the first 150K euros in the company. Of course, we were rapidly joined by other investors like Sofinova or Apex, and now I think the company will probably raise more than 500 million euros or more in the market. It was a huge success on the market. The valuation grew up to $2 billion, so very good trends. Now times are more difficult for us, for them, for sure. So companies, it's always ups and downs. So we'll see the future. But for Carista, it was a very good story. Another one, a little bit different. It's a medtech company. The name is EcoSense. They developed a digital tool for measuring liver fibrosis without biopsy. So very innovative technology named elastography. 10 years ago, we were also the seed investor. We invest before their first clinical trial. And now I think there's a fibroscan, so the device they've developed in every hospitals in France and Europe for sure, in US probably, and in China too. So it's becoming really the tool of the hepatologist to diagnose its patients. It's very big success for them, and they've just made their second LBO a few years ago. So it was a great success, and we sold our participation to their Chinese partner a few years after our investment. It was good. And
yeah, to add something on this, basically, I heard recently that FibroScan was the new brand of the exam itself. So it's really a real success in terms of medical acceptance and medical deployment.
Yeah, for sure. Last but not least, we invested in a company more recently. It was in 2019, named Incepto Medical. And they are, so of course, it's still the beginning of the venture. We'll see at the end how it goes, but they're developing a SaaS platform to offer to radiologists every apps they need, AI apps they need for their activities. It's sort of a Netflix of imaging. We can compare. And for now, everything is going well. We'll see. I need to come back here 4 or 5 years from now to tell you if it was a real success or not. But
let's book the agendas, Catherine. No worries.
I'm pretty confident for that.
Crossing fingers too.
Yeah, always.
Thank you so much for sharing this. Maybe what would be your perspective as a VC, and what does a VC bring into a startup company's life?
Good question. I think that there's two perspectives. From the entrepreneur's perspective, in fact, especially if you've got a project into healthcare and biotech, you don't really have the choice. You need to raise money to develop your company because you need to do some R&D, clinical trials, regulatory pathway, application development, business, please. And you don't have a lot of choice because you are far from creating new revenue. So raising money is on your way for sure. On the other side, from the VC perspective, you've just raised the fund. You need to deploy it. And you need to build a portfolio company with inside companies that will be the next unicorn, hopefully, and for sure that makes you exit with big numbers, very good ones. And for the difficulty for the VC is to know which ones in the portfolio will be the good ones. And in fact, it's not so easy to know, and it's only a matter of good arbitrations. It's not so easy to do. So from both sides, we need to meet, and we need to work together. And it's time to marry for a certain period of time. And of course, as in a wedding. You've got some enthusiasm and some great moments, and some others are more difficult.
You mean challenging times you need to deal with?
Yeah, for sure. But that's my point. I think that then when you've just said that, what are the key moments in the common life? First of all, it's the investment, of course, because it's the investment decision, the investment process. It's not an easy way. We all know that, and you will spend a lot of time to discuss with VCs, to try to convince them. It's long, and for sure you've got the decision made, and then you've got the negotiations, and it's also a big step. You will discuss about shareholding, about valuation, about where some warranties, a lot of technical things. Not very happy, not very easy to understand. And my advice for entrepreneurs is to choose the right advisor, to have the good lawyer on your side to help you to save your time and house in the same way, and to negotiate what is really a good thing to negotiate, and not lose a lot of times on market practice things. So that's the point. And after the investment, of course, there's the day-to-day work. Regular meetings in boards, at least one per quarter, probably more at the beginning. Board meetings are really the meeting point where you are discussing everything about the company life, product, HR, partnerships, but also strategic decisions, etc. And you can also have some discussion with your investor. I think it's a good thing outside of the board. For sure, sometimes entrepreneurs, CEOs are a little bit alone and feel sometimes isolated and need to discuss and to be challenging by the investors. And sometimes I also have the feeling to acting as a psychologist, but it's part of the job. Other big moment, refinancing. So your company need more cash, new money. You have to organize a new round of financing, and that's a period where normally your investor is also pretty active on your side, helping you to open the doors, to have the good meeting at the right level, and it's probably the better way to put the dossier up on the file, if it's possible, when your investors are talking to their colleagues. And at the end, of course, because there's always an ending period, because investors need to exit and to pay back their own LPs, you have to organize this exit and to organize an IPO, so listing on a market, or an M&A process. It's a big moment, a lot of time spending, always a lot of discussions, and it could be a moment where disputes are coming because interests can really differ. But it's not necessary, So if we can just resume the life with VCs, for my point of view is that you can see your VC as a partner over the time. They will help you because your interests are aligned. So of course they will help you to reach some milestone, operational one, strategic one, and to overcome the first or several steps of value creation is very important. But after that, you probably will need new money, and new investors will come and helping you with the following challenges. So it's okay. That's the life. You can see it as a relay race at your sides with different kind of VCs or investors, because after the risk part, it could be a development or private equity ones, and everybody coming with their own skills and experiments around the table. that doesn't mean that the first are disappearing. For sure, from Carista's perspective, because we are seed investors, and most of the time we are the first believers into the project. We are our relationship with founders and CEOs stay very proximate, even after several rounds of financement. So, and as a proof, we've got some of our previous entrepreneurs that wanted to invest into our funds. So, great proof for us.
Thanks, Catherine. Very clear. Maybe aside from this, what would differentiate Carista, and why would an entrepreneur, a successful one, maybe our outstanding project, would prefer Carista to other of your counterparties?
Because we're the best, okay, but a part of that.
Yes, please elaborate on this.
Yeah, I am. Okay, just to perhaps we are seed investors, so we are facing very particular projects. You know, we need to take it into account. The project we are facing, there's no history. They are very young. There's no track record. So uncertainty is very high. The pace of growth, the real addressable market, even the business models is need to be validated for most of them. We also have a very limited capital constraint, meaning that we can't take a lot of or too big part of the capital, because we are all knowing that the venture will be long. It will take a long time. There will be several rounds of financement, and if we are too big in the shareholding, we'll probably demotivate the managers and the founders. It's not in our own interest. There's also a problem. There's no real comparable deal for most of the company we are looking at. Or if there's comparable, they are not totally relevant because it's very early, unique, etc. And the big uncertainty is of course the timelines and the ability of the team to deliver the plan. So saying like that, it could sound like madness, and for sometimes it madness. Is. So how do we do? How do we manage that? For sure, the first point is of course the selection of the project that you want to support. I think there's two major things, and one absolutely critical. The first major thing is we are trying to support companies that are really ready to impact their market, to have a very strong value proposition. Why do we do that? Because we are thinking that only this sort of company are able to make exit with big numbers and to make us some financial performance. For just as an example, below 5x when we are exiting, we are not really make a lot of money, because we are investing at very early stage. We are taking a lot of risks, meaning that we can have some failures, and we are most of the time diluted over the time with several refinancement. So it's for us it's very it's mandatory to have some very particular projects with very high potential. In healthcare, that means probably a breakthrough technology company, and we are trying to estimating the credibility of the plan and of the investment in global. Other point very important is from my perspective, is the alignment of the vision. When you invest in a company, you need to be totally sure that investors and managers and founders are totally aligned in the vision and the objectives, because it can be fatal for the company if it's not the case, and it's not so easy to maintain over the time, because new investors are coming, and vision can be a little bit disaligned, and at the end it can block board decisions, or you are taking wrong decisions for wrong reasons. And the absolutely critical thing, if I can say, it's of course the team you are dealing with. It's not very easy to evaluate people, as you know, Julie. HR is not an exact science, and we are still making mistakes. But it's the major point, and I think the only way we find to tackle that is to spend time with teams, spend a long time and trying to discuss, estimated the realism of the plan, expressing the objectives together, and if needed, takes reference and making some HR audit. But in fact, once the investment is done, it's not finished. It's just the beginning, and after that, we need to work together. And being an early stage investor is not it's a real choice. We are deeply convinced that we help a lot companies when we are structuring at very early stage with them, and support them all over the time. For example, a few years ago, we invest with two other early stage investors in a company, a medtech company, which was more as a format of projects than a company. And we invest 1.5 million euros into the company to recruit the management team, write the first plan of development, and just starting from the beginning. And the founder was a physician, and he was totally aligned with the objective. He didn't want at all to be the CEO. The IP was okay. He just made a few animals experiment, and we put the money and we co-create, in fact, the first version of the company. So we can do that. We can do that always in this way, because it's high risk and very time consuming, but we can do that.
And maybe, Catherine, because time's almost up, and I'm sorry for this, because it's a very interesting discussion. But to conclude, like in the remaining 2 minutes, what would be your maybe key success factor when it comes to raising funds from the company perspective, and from your perspective, in one word, what is mandatory to maybe work with Carissa?
So if I need to be quick, one word is the team.
It's okay. It's acceptable.
But if I can deep dive just a little bit, for sure, of course, we need to have great and brilliant teams, etc. But you need to have a fit with the team, and the fit between team and investor is absolutely mandatory. Why? Because you will spend a lot of time with this guy during the following years, sometimes up, sometimes down. So it's better if you can deal properly with that. And perhaps another point is the team needs to know that they don't know, and that they need to be completed by other skills, and all the success we can encounter in the past was with teams that were able to complete their funding part, and that was very, very important for them. Finally, we buy the ability of a team to execute a plan, and to perhaps, if it's needed, to switch also.
Okay. Did that happen, actually?
What?
Switching?
Oh, always.
You mean the agility and flexibility that you ask for the entrepreneurs, you basically apply to yourself and to your expectations in terms of development?
Yeah, sure. We try. But sometimes it's more hard when it's your own enterprise, but you know.
Thanks for this. Thanks for sharing with us all of those, and for basically showing that the humility that you're asking towards entrepreneur is something you just apply to yourself and to the whole team. So
thank you,
Catherine, thank you so much, and crossing fingers for the next the next fund, sky,
Yeah.
space, Big Bang is the limit. Thank you so much, Catherine.
Thank you, Audrey. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Have a great rest of the day. We'll now take a 10 minutes break and be back in 9 minutes to meet with Thierry Sada. Thank you so much and talk to you very soon. Oui, Thierry, je t'entends.
Good.
Okay, thank you all. We are now back from the short break after hearing Ludovic and Gabrielle and then Catherine. And now we'll have our final speaker of the Lallianse track this morning with Thierry Sarda. He's an operating partner with Lallianse. He has very extensive background in managing businesses, P&Ls in the life science industry. He will of course, be introducing himself, and he will share with us some insights about creating value and understanding market perspective, building companies in this very challenging healthcare environment. Thierry, thank you so much for taking the time to join us this morning, and lovely to have you in the Lallianse team for almost 3 or 4 years now, I think. And hopefully looking for all the upcoming years and decades. Thierry, I leave the floor to you, and please, you have 19 minutes from now, so use it as you want, and please, the mic is yours.
Okay, so many thanks. Hello to everybody. So thanks, Julie, for the invitation, and also for the Giant teams as well for organizing these events. Yes, just briefly about myself, I'm also, as many people in the healthcare sector, so I have a biochemistry, molecular biology background since now, as you can see with my hair, a long time ago. And as Catherine's, same experience as Catherine previously, that I was probably not ready made to live in the labs all of my life, so I decided to go through the industry. Then I developed myself in sales, job, marketing, general management, in the IVD sectors, and also medical device, which is where I made most of my career in global corporation, in cardiovascular space, and also wound management space, also knowing different kind of go-to-market approach, from the hospitals to the home care. And also, and mostly, as I said, in a global corporation, which I think will be one of my topic of today, because since now some years, as Julie said, so I'm involved in the SMEs, innovative SMEs development, startup development, and also I have also my hands in the engines in 2 startups, which I'm working in operational role as well. So I have this kind of multiple experience, being an executive in a large corporation, and now trying to do kind of being a Swiss knife in SMEs. And the topic of today, to try to complement the two previous sessions you heard and seen is about how to create value, and of course this is the everybody tend to do. Usually, I will say when you create a startup, and for example, Catherine mentioned that before, as an early stage investors, so you start with an idea, you have an innovation, which is around your technology. Your first topic is about securing your IPs, and then to develop your business and find money to do it, and find your market at the end of the day. So that's the normal schedule and then you build value, of course, alongside the milestone you create. I will say also that the message which I would like to pass today is that a key word for me is about anticipating, and it is very difficult when you are in a startup. First of all, you don't have so many people in the team. We heard today some very nice investors which act as partners, but it's not necessarily always the case. Then you need, at the same time, you tend to do many things at the same time, to focus, because you need to focus on key things. But sometimes you forget to think sometimes the big picture. And the big picture, what it is, it's also probably coming from my experience in the global corporation. And I've been myself involved sometimes into assessments of M&A project, ideas, or even internal research and new product development. And what you try to do is how you can complement your portfolio of product, and sometimes this is where even the startuppers, successful startuppers is very focused on developing his own technologies, obviously trying to keep it secret, not talking to many people until he has a real development on a stage of his product. I will recommend, and I will say that's probably more and more, also if you look at the landscape we have today, and if you look at also the roadmap of a company, and if the company has to go even for an IPO, but if the company has to go for an exit with a kind of M&A, either with a PE which will do some build-up, or strategic corporate in your field, you need to think very early on, about what those guys want, what they are missing, and probably as you are at the beginning of your roadmap, in which situation they will be, let's say in 3-5 years from now, and how your proposition and your company or your story will be appealing to them in order to generate some attraction for potential M&A. And in order to do that, you need very early on, without lacking your focus on your own innovation, but start to think about the space you are operating. What are the portfolio of those guys, how my innovation, how my product, my technology may fit if tomorrow I be part of a large group, and then I will have my medical device, my solution, whatever. How it will fit, if I will be on the shoes of the business development SVP of those companies, even the CEO and the leadership of those strategics, how I will integrate my innovation in their portfolio. So doesn't mean you need necessarily to develop only your innovation around that, but you need to have that in mind. And then when you do that, you may discover that even if you find your market, you pass successfully your milestone, and then sometimes you have difficulties to attract really a carer when you want to, when your investor wants to, or even creating the amount of value you want to have a good deal for you and your investors. And I will say that that's probably something you can build around your value creation. And also, I'm talking today about a mindset, to have, even if you are ready, again, it's important, I insist, to be focused on your own development, your own innovation. But it's very good to analyze, outside very early on to see, okay, when my solution will be deployed, when my value proposition will match the stakeholders which I want to meet, what is missing? If I want to even enlarge my value proposition to a larger audience, which may be covered also by some strategic player on the domain. What is missing on my portfolio? It may be a portfolio of products, it might be a portfolio of services, it might be a portfolio of a means to go and resource to go to in terms of go-to-market, access to some specific channel where the patients which I would like to go are and which I have not. And very early on, in terms of mindset, I will encourage probably to try to, and for example, with the company I'm working with at the moment, this is what we are doing, and also with Lallianse, we try to advise people on that way, is to try to establish at least connection. It may end up to a partnership where you have immediately, even when you are in an early stage, you have a mindset of build up. Even when you are in an early stage, you have of course the mindset for the next step, which is the scale up. But you can even have a mindset of cap dev, and then think about what is missing if tomorrow I have the means. Which why not being myself an acquirer? Of course, it's very difficult, and usually you cannot do that when you're in an early stage. But if you think about that, you start to identify what will be the best bricks which are missing in your Lego in order to be very attractive. So I will say that's really something which I encourage to do. And we see sometimes some example of a company which have been successful to that, because first of all, and I think Catherine mentioned that sometimes the CEO is very alone. It allows you to enlarge your view of the space you want to cover. It's also a good validation of your value proposition and to try to complement it. And also it's a ways to develop networking and also to be able to prepare your value creation milestones and also to start to really orient your go-to-market, your clinical strategies, even your claims you will put on your certification file, either it's FDA or CE mark, in order to make sure that you will comply, and you have always in mind that at some point your innovative technology and product should match the strategy of some others, which might be your hackers. Again, if you are in a spirit of at some point of your milestone to exit for that. So that's, I will say, my first message here is about anticipating that. I know it's not necessarily natural, but it is something which in many cases also, and I would say probably for some investors, I think, and we heard that this morning, that we've seen private equity investors, VCs, early stage VCs, but these words are basically the same word, and very often it's important to understand what a cap dev PE want to see at some stage, and also that's maybe a good way is also to sell your story to even an early stage VC.
Thanks, Thierry. I'm just coming back. Thank you for sharing all of those insights and maybe some of your experience. Maybe to your with your perspective and knowledge of the whole ecosystem, if you had in maybe 2 words, 1 or 2 advice to share with the audience, what would it be?
It will be probably more than 2 words, sorry. But
go ahead, no worries.
But, yes, we are talking about, first of all, it start to be, kind of everybody say that, but, when you are patient-centric and around your therapies, you think about the therapy, you think about, I know many people do that, but sometimes, when you are, especially in healthcare startups, very usually we are the story and the project and the company are initiated by a technology, and then you start to be centric around your technologies, your product, which I think makes sense, and you have to, but very quickly you say, okay, where is my techno, or even my services? We see sometimes very often in ELs, where you have some very lovely, smart digital technologies, but how do they match, with the health systems, with the patient flow, for me. So you need to understand the dynamic of the space you want to operate in the future very quickly, and not just think in terms of technologies or immediate clinical outcome in order to unlock some unmet needs. Of course, it's crucial, it's fundamental, but very quickly you need to jump to the next step for that. So that for me, that's really think beyond your technology, your own product, and think about the market. Think about very quickly about the go-to-market.
Focus on the product acceptance and market access perspective.
Exactly. So you need immediately to have a scale-up mindset. That's and even after, as I said before, a kind of cap dev. So very quickly, when you prepare your roadmap, everybody, and we all do that, you make your very nice slide, the 5-year slide, or with a very appealing exit for the investors. That's the people we just seen before will be happy to see. But in order to be much more realistic about that and to be able to execute it at some point, you need to think very quickly about that. It's not just a milestone on a roadmap on the PowerPoint, because you say, okay, it's far. At the moment, I'm concentrating on what I have to do. We have to do that. This is where the challenge is, because we need to focus to execute the early stage, the early step. But you need immediately to think in advance about the market access. The regulatory is obvious, but it's not just a regulatory step, and even everything is linked. This is also, I know, Julie, this is what I like at Lallianse. We always said, everything is linked. So you don't do in 1 year. I'm doing the regulatory. Before I did the IP, and now I do the technology, and then after you discover, you have to do the go-to-market. And at some point, I discovered that I need to prepare my exit to some, and then sometime, if you just do that in silo, it will not really work. You need very immediately to think about what you want to do, what is your strategy there, and how to connect the dots.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it clearly relates to the way and the ambition you want to project to the company, to the project that you have, and how you can relate that to a daily activity and make sure that you address all the key aspects of the company development you have, basically. And what I think is very interesting about your perspective here is that it's not just about VC or growth capital, it's about combining any type of financing that is relevant to the company development. And this is where it's really I would say the market perspective that you bring, of course, with Lallianse, but more generally in the whole environment and with all the activities that you have, is this market acceptance, market perspective, and how you can build something that will bring benefits for patients and for healthcare systems. And this is what I think is also very interesting in terms of stakeholder perspective.
No, absolutely. And again, it's not because you are on an early stage where you cannot think. Like, sometimes I think it's a good exercise to do. You put yourself, in 5 years from now, and you say, or even more, when you even after an IPO, and you have now an established company, which is a healthcare company, and then you look at your portfolio, you look at your ambition, you look at your M&A strategies, and you say, okay, what I want to do to cover my space, to be a leader in this domain, to gain market share. And then you start to think about what I'm missing, either in terms of services, in terms of technology, or product on the market. And then I think it's very wise to do that even when you are on an early stage, because then you can prepare yourself, and then you understand and you put your shoes in the shoes of the people which may have an interest in your company and value your company, either if they are people from like Archimede, in the cap dev sectors, or people like corporate M&A people and CEO for the large corporation, to try to be attractive and to put value on your works.
I found it very compelling and really interesting in terms of, I would say, end of the session speech, as basically we've seen with the first duet from Ludovic and Gabriel, that there needed to be trust, humility, and agility, basically, to make sure that the equity story was adapted to the reality that the company was facing, that sometimes cash was needed to be put on top of what has been decided in a very short period of time, and so on and so on. And it has been very successful, and we hope it's going to be more and more successful for Polyplus Transaction, the whole team behind it, and of course Archimate too. We've seen with Catherine that when you're an early stage investor, you're really, you need to take a bet on a management team and make sure that you trust them enough to execute the plan they're selling. And I would say the third perspective that you give here, Thierry, is that it's also about creating value and building something that will be relevant in terms of market acceptance. Because if you can become slowly but surely a leader in terms of development, deployment, value creation in a very specific segment of the healthcare market, then you're becoming an attractive target for either M&A or other investors or whatever. But this is what it takes basically to draft and to execute, I would call, a compelling equity story.
No, definitely, and I would say probably some of my take-home message here today, if I can, very humble to that, and again, it's try to think behind your innovation. I know it's very hard, for I don't know if there is here around the screen some people which are early startuppers, and you need to have that, you need first to think about your lovely and this is the best ever innovation in the healthcare world. You need to have this mindset for sure, but not only, you need to think behind that, to think, as you said, you think about the market acceptance very quickly. Say at some point, the only value of my innovation is that some people will have the willingness to pay to buy my service or my product. That's simple as that, whoever it is, and if you have a tick on that, there will be also people which will have the willingness to buy your, or even shareholders, if you are an IPO, to put money in your story for that. So think very quickly beyond, think immediately market access, market acceptance, as you said. Think global is very important, and I think today we hear about ambition, and this is and you need to be very ambitious. From the beginning for that, and this is part of it. And as you said, the innovation is also in the way you finance your developments. And then maybe we've seen today some very fairly classic ways. You knock at the door of business angel at the beginning, then seed VCs, then after scale-up VCs, and so on. Fine, and IPO potentially. But you need. There might be also some other ways with, as I mentioned, in the large term of partnership, where you can think about build up, even sometimes squeeze and bypass some step in order to, because you build finally very quickly a new way of creating value by doing this partnership sometime and having a very early on a portfolio doing that rather than just doing that organically.
Thank you so much, Jay. I think this is the perfect ending for our building equity story track this morning. Thank you so much. And in terms of final remarks, I have only big thanks to the 4 participants and the 4 speakers that have joined us today. It has really been a pleasure to be the master of ceremony. That's the 3rd time I'm using the word, and I'm more than happy to have done this at least once in my life. But I hope that it has been interesting and that the speakers have shared with the audience some significant key takeaway messages, good insights, and hopefully we'll try to build together the foundations for better health. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Thierry, again, and lovely to interact with you in the near future. Have a good rest of the day.
Hi, Dimitro. You okay? Well, hello and welcome to the Giant Health Exposition. And my name is Jon Wilks from UK HealthGateway. I have the immense pride and pleasure to be introducing the How to Sell to the UK NHS stream here at the Giant Expo. We're going to have a really interesting afternoon. I think we've got some fantastic speakers lined up for you. It's my job to start with to try to give you an understanding over the next half an hour as to what you might be looking to explore, consider before you actually move into this particular market. The first thing I'd like to do is just talk about the way ahead. So what the UK is looking at right now in terms of its health and social care landscape. One of the really important aspects, I think, is all about workforce. There are tens of thousands of current vacancies amongst nursing and clinical staff. And whilst there is a very large program to improve education and bring people through universities and colleges into those roles more quickly, it's unarguable that right now we have some workforce challenges, particularly when one considers the impact of COVID-19 and people having to self-isolate and such like. So one of the opportunity areas, I think, is in anything around helping the NHS and social care to manage its workforce effectively. That could be things like staff rostering, it could be things like payroll systems, could be things like training systems and such like, educational activity. If you've got products of that nature, I think the NHS is probably keen to speak to you, okay? The second element that I think is obviously becoming more and more important in our daily working lives. I mean, who could have possibly imagined a year ago that we would be running the Giant Health Expo online, but digital is now a critical part of NHS interaction with its patient community. And by that, let me give you an idea of what's happened just over the last year. So 90% of general practice consultations now take place through the smartphone and online. Something like 80% of outpatient consultations now take place through a similar mechanism. All that accelerated in a ridiculously short space of time, born out of the COVID-19 situation, okay? But clearly, if you've got digital technologies or you've got traditional medical technology, I think you've got to be looking at digital solutions in terms of how they will interact with existing systems that our clinicians and administrators use. The next thing to consider is about population data. Data is really, really rich around health and social care at the moment. There is a whole genre of activity taking place around population health management. So if you've got products, services, software that are involved in population health management and data analysis, again, that is a very valuable sector for you. We clearly need to redesign some of our services, and some of the activity that we've seen over the last 10 months reinforces the fact that when we put our minds to service redesign, we can do it very well. But again, if you've got products, services, and software that can help to forecast and determine future demand strategy planning, that kind of activity, again, that's something that the NHS would be very interested in. Long-term care is another massive sector for us, and the whole integration of long-term care into social care. So how we look after people with long-term conditions like diabetes, obesity, heart disease, acute kidney disease, that kind of disease therapeutic area. How we look after long-term patients is of critical importance to the NHS. They currently take something, if you look at the figures, something like 75% of the total patient budget is taken on patients of that ilk. So if you've got products for monitoring, assessing, analysing and providing clinical insight, even diagnostics into long-term conditions, I think that's a very powerful area as well. And the fifth thing I'd like to talk about is something called the long-term plan. So 2 years ago, Simon Stevens, the chief executive of the NHS in England, published a long-term plan. The other devolved nations of Wales, Northern Ireland, of Scotland have got their own versions of the same thing. But what Sir Simon was trying to do is to map out how the NHS will evolve over the coming 10 years, something like that. If you've not yet read the long-term plan and you're serious about possibly selling your products or services here in the United Kingdom, please, it's required reading. It uses terminology and language that you'll find very useful, and it will help you to understand exactly how the NHS will be working and the priorities it will have in the future. Finally, I want to just talk about the rules of engagement. So if you're coming in here and you're wanting to sell your product, maybe you're already successfully selling it elsewhere in the world, wherever you may be from and wherever you may be watching this from right now. Let me try to help you understand what the priorities are here in the United Kingdom. Number one, the outcomes and value that your product can demonstrate are what will be the key to you making or failing to enter this market. I'm sorry, slick slideshows and clever sales activity is all very well, and it may work in your country of origin. Here, people are really interested in data on outcomes and data on value. So that's what's going to drive any decision to buy here. The second thing in that regard is that evidence is king. You need to do evaluation. You need to provide analysis that can be relied upon and can be regarded as independently verified, so that when people are looking at the possible adoption of your product or service, they are reassured by the evidence that you can provide, ideally gained through an evaluation exercise here in the United Kingdom. It's really important that you get that clearly understood. If you've got evidence from your country of origin or elsewhere in the world, it's not useless, it's useful, but there is no substitute for evidence that's been gained through an NHS or social care facility here in Britain. The third thing is, please, you must take steps to do some market research to properly understand the market sector of the National Health Service or social care in which you're expecting your product to serve. If you've not done that and you're trying to leap ahead to other kinds of activity, then I think you're doing yourself a disservice and your chances of success deteriorate significantly if you've not done that. And the fifth thing, this is probably the most important thing you'll hear all afternoon, even despite the galaxy of fabulous speakers that we have lined up for you. Listen to this, memorize it. Don't try to sell to the NHS. Make it easy for the NHS to buy from you. There is a very profound difference there. Don't try to sell to the NHS. Make it easy for the NHS to buy from you. And all of the presentations that we have lined up this afternoon really reflect that theme. Okay? So that's the starter for 10. I'm not going to palaver on for the rest of the afternoon and expect you to listen to me and be impressed with what UK HealthGateway can provide, although it is pretty impressive. Instead, I'm going to talk to a range of fantastic experts in fields like market aid access, regulatory, distribution, procurement, digital technology adoption and such like, and even product evaluation. But right now, it's my absolute delight to welcome the fabulous Elaine Evans. Elaine is a life sciences specialist in one of the regional teams with the Department for International Trade. And Elaine and I are just going to chat through one or two pitfalls that the uninitiated might inadvertently make when they're trying to access this market. So Elaine, hello, lovely to have you with me at Giant Health. Tell me, what's your day been like so far?
Hi, and thank you for inviting me to be here. Yeah, it's a great day sort of so far, because in my role, so I'm connecting with international companies. So I've been talking to companies in various bits of the world so far this morning. So very happy to be here now.
Lovely. Tell me a little bit about what you do within international trade, Elaine.
So I'm part of it. So it's a regional team. We're called, it's the Northern House Investment Hub. So my job is to be kind of a walking directory of who's who across the north in life sciences and healthcare, so that I can help companies to connect with wherever is the most relevant place for them to connect, and that can be parts of the NHS, it can be other parts of Department for International Trade that can provide advice to companies on how to set up here. So it's just, I'm a connector, I'm a matchmaker.
I like the sound of Elaine the matchmaker. That can work very nicely for us. Well, look, can I just say to you, if you're watching at home now, or from your home office, or even in the work office, do say hello to us. Do use the chat facility. I'll try to keep an eye on the question activity as well. So if you've got questions, please load them in there. You can see we've got Vance here from Camden in New Jersey. Hello, Vance. Nice to have you with us. And there's various others now joining, no doubt, who all want to say hi. We'll keep an eye out for you. Elaine, may I first start? Whenever I go to big international exhibitions for medtech products, I'm always struck by the enthusiasm of the companies that are there, but I'm disappointed by the fact that so many of them have got a little kind of pop-up banner at the back of the booth saying distributors wanted, and the United Kingdom will be somewhere on that list. And I always think, if that's their only sort of strategy for accessing this market, then it's going to be a problem for them. What should they be doing way before they get to if necessary, appointing a distributor or setting up an office here? Where would you start?
Well, so I think, like you said earlier, it's just kind of, you need the market research. You need to understand, what it's not just the size of the opportunity in terms of the value of the market. And I've spent many years in marketing, but it's understanding the customer. And the NHS, so we keep saying the NHS, it's actually, it's a huge complexity of organizations. So I've heard people make the analogy, it's not like a whale, it's more like a shoal of fish. It's like, which of the fishes are the ones that you actually need to interact with? So understanding that. And that's where people like myself can help connect to so definitely we're part of that early stage of understanding the market.
I think that's a great first observation. I love the idea of a shoal of fish. I mean, I've often met people who were saying to me, well, where's the front door for the NHS? Where do I start? And trying to explain to newcomers into the market, there isn't really a front door. It is challenging, Where would you start? If you wanted to start to do some market research, perhaps of your own, where are the good sources for that activity? Have you got any thoughts in that regard?
Well, so Department for International Trade actually has a team that will support companies actually to help generate market research. We're not a market research agency, but if a company is looking at setting up a direct presence, its own limited company here, we will help them and bring a lot of that intelligence for them. Otherwise, the other places to get some market research and understanding, particularly in the north, there's the Northern Health Science Alliance, which covers the NHS right across the north. So those would be two of the parts. I mean, obviously they can research market research agencies, but from public sector, we can be part of that picture.
Lovely. Okay. Well, look, let me talk about the importance of product evaluation. I did refer to it in my initial introductory comments and so on, but it strikes me that there are different understandings of what product evaluation can mean. And I've watched companies come in here, they take any and every opportunity for product evaluation, and they end up 2 or 3 years down the line. They've done endless evaluations. They've had lots of kind of sunshine shone upon them by well-meaning agencies, but they haven't made a sale. So how do we get from the I'm keen on evaluating my product and demonstrating the evidence for its efficacy, but at what point do I stop doing that and start to actually introduce my product from a procurement perspective?
I think it depends is probably the short answer. So one of the things that I see quite often is a company that feels it's got a product, well, it might be selling it in its own market. So as far as they're concerned, it is ready just to go and to be procured. But it doesn't necessarily address an unmet need in the NHS. And that's the thing that you need to be able to understand. And NHS, so a bit different, it's finding out which part of it, what are they looking for. So, I mean, if I just give some examples, so that there are what are called the integrated care systems, which are partnerships between primary care and local authorities going, right across the health and social care spectrum. And they will run, they are running pilots of digital health. They'll compare different offerings to see how does it fit, how does it address their needs in their population. So, they may need to say to have it run in a different way because the model that works in your country doesn't work in our country.
I think that's the critical element here. That's what I was trying to tease out of you, was a tacit acknowledgement that the way that your product addresses an unmet need, perhaps where you're selling it elsewhere in the world, you shouldn't just assume that actually that same unmet need is going to be the case here. And that's the way that you should approach the evaluation process here. I mean, in my experience, helping companies to come in here and get their products evaluated, I would often suggest start small, go to local level, trusts, primary care providers, social care providers, mental health trusts, whatever it may be. Go and find an individual one who's prepared to have a look at your product or service or software, whatever it may be, and just give you an unbiased, independent view without even fully using the product in terms of, does this look as if it's got a chance or not? And you'll often find that there are, really keen early adopter people who like innovation, they're passionate about it, and they'll be prepared to give you an evaluation opinion without charge, perfectly happily to do that. And that's without you spending any money either. It's a kind of a start small, and if you're getting positive responses, then build up to the bigger institutions and the academic health science networks and so on. Does that stand true in your experience as well?
Absolutely, but I would just say one of the things is you might need to have some, determination and persistence, because going back to the shoal of fish, not every whichever of the fish that you're starting with may not be able to give you that quick and easy response. You might have to keep trying until you find somebody to say that for them it's the right time to engage, and they will engage. So it's getting to that point.
Yeah, and I would say it's often, I know this sounds ridiculously straightforward, but trying to plan out a week or a 2-week visit or an engagement through virtual digital media at the moment from your office in Canberra or New Jersey or Montreal or Beijing is all very well, but there's no substitute for having somebody on the ground who can perhaps just direct you, act as a sort of a map reader, pathfinder, if you will, as well, which is something perhaps to consider. Okay, what about regulatory, Elaine? I'm just conscious we've got about 10 minutes to go before the fabulous Trevor Lewis comes to talk to us about regulatory, but why is Trevor's insight important?
Regulatory is it's fundamental. it's underpinning everything. You're not going to get your product to market unless you've followed all the steps and to be able to meet the regulations. One of the things that companies should be aware of is if you're working with the medtech cooperatives, which are part of, they sit within the NHS, the National Centres of Expertise, they will help you develop a strategy to make sure that you tick the boxes for the regulatory requirements. So definitely be aware of medtech cooperatives and how they can help. And there are accelerators as well that will help you develop your product and make sure you're connected to regulators. But Trevor will be able to go into depth about what the actual regulations.
He will. We call him Clever Trevor, and he's the only person that I would ever put the word clever in front of, because he truly is, you know. Let me just look at a quote. We've got Ether on, just asking some questions and so on about, is the NHS procurement, I'm just going to try to summarize. He's saying, is the NHS model for procuring product fit for purpose? And I think, well, look, it is if it works for you as a supplier. I think the key is it's not one agency that you should be going to. You know, most decisions that get made in the NHS to buy a product or a service or software, I'm sure Elaine will agree with me, they're not made by an individual. They're made by a team of people who are looking at an unmet need. And it's that team of people from all different disciplines, clinical and non-clinical, who will look at your evidence, look at the value proposition, look at the outcomes that you claim, and they will make a collective decision born out of a collective approach to how do we solve the problem. So I do hope that addresses some of your questions, Ethan. Would you agree with that, Elaine? Is that a sensible approach?
Well, yes, it is. I mean, because the way the NHS is structured, so, you know, you've got the primary care divided up into the academic health science networks. Each has its own needs, and it will procure according to its own needs. So that's what it comes down to, is and just that time and time again, looking at the unmet needs of the NHS, and that's what it will be driving it.
Okay, so when we've kind of done our evaluations and so on, and we've perhaps collected some evidence and some data, and we've got to know a few local level trusts as well, and we've got some key opinion leaders who are getting interested in our product or service or tech or whatever it may be. Sooner or later, I know the NHS, the way the NHS works, it wants a business case. It needs a process by which the decision to buy can be signed off by these multiple stakeholders. Have you got any advice in respect of business case preparation, Elaine?
Well, I can refer back to a point you made earlier about the flashy slides. I mean, one of the things is to make sure that any slide presentations are that they're not talking. That it's completely different from the presentations to investors for raising funding. And so sometimes I see slides put to the NHS which kind of just turn them off because they're just talking about the financials of it, rather than, like you said, the evidence and the value proposition. It will be really important for the business case to be looking at the health economics. And I mentioned earlier the medtech cooperatives, who will also help companies develop the health economic case to support them.
Perfect, thank you. I'm just putting and this is a dangerous precedent, I know, I'm just putting my email address in the chat comment here, just in case if anybody wants to see a template for an outline business case that would address some of the concerns that the NHS or social care would have. Do let me know, and I'll aim to provide you with a free templated version of that you might choose to use as you wish, you know. But Elaine, and look, this is really interesting. We've got about 5 minutes to go. I'm going to give you the opportunity to give 2 pieces of advice, and 2 pieces of advice only, to people before they get on that plane from wherever they are to start to consider coming here to prepare the ground for what they do. 2 pieces of advice, Elaine. Come on, this is your big chance. What are you going to tell them?
Well, definitely, I would say contact the Department for International Trade. So whether that's me or a colleague, to understand how we can help you to understand the market and for you to decide on whether you want to have ultimately a direct presence or a distributor. So that's definitely first piece of advice.
All right, contact your employers. Very sensible advice to start with, Elaine. I'd be disappointed if you hadn't said that. What's number two?
I would just say is get to understand the NHS and what I actually can offer in case anybody's interested. I've got a set of videos from people within the NHS talking about the NHS innovation landscape, and some of the organisations I've talked about, and on our own NHS specialist from DIT talking about the procurement process. So understanding the NHS is absolutely important.
Do your homework. Do a bit of market research from where you are before you consider coming over here. I think that's very sound advice. Look, we've got about 4 minutes to go before I'm going to have the pleasure of introducing Trevor Lewis to talk about the regulatory changes that are afoot. If anybody's got any quick questions, then do use the chat facility, and I'll do my very best to address them just before we do finish. We've probably got time for one or two maximum, something of that nature. If I can just, while I'm waiting for those to maybe filter through, let me give you my two pieces of advice, if I may, which I'm just going to unashamedly reinforce again. Don't come here with the express aim of trying to sell to the NHS. Come here with the express aim of making it easy for the NHS to buy. And you will definitely, once you change your mindset in that regard, then I think you'll find that a very liberating approach to take, because it will force you to consider what the NHS needs of you in order to help them want to buy the product. I hope that makes sense, okay? The other thing I think I would stress to you is you will get setbacks. You will find weeks go by when nothing very much happens, and you might get frustrated and so on, or an evaluation that you've got lined up ends in a bit of a dead end. This takes time in this market. You should probably be putting aside a couple of years of activity, honestly, before realistically you're going to be in with a chance of selling your first product, scratching your first order pad. And I think that management of expectation about time is an important thing to get right, particularly if you've never sold in this sector before. Okay, what we got? We got Rajan is saying, "Hi Elaine, where can we find the set of videos?"
Well, say if John, if you're able to put my email address in the chat, then people can contact me, and it's Elaine. Should I tell you what it is?
Yeah, go for it.
It's Elaine.Evans.
Yeah.
At gov.uk. Sorry, I missed it out. Elaine.Evans at trade.gov.uk. Sorry, getting my own email address.
That's fine. It's in. It's in. There you go. You heard it here first. That's how you can get Elaine's videos. Well, Elaine, look, I'm going to say to you, thanks a million for coming in and sharing the stage with me to get this kicked off. I hope you're enjoying it at home. We've got more of the same. Trevor's got some slides to share with you on the regulatory landscape. I'm just going to tell now Jade, my PA, to send Trevor in. Just a moment, bear with me here. There we are, that'll be good. Elaine, I've got to say to you, thanks a million for coming in. We really appreciate you doing so. I'm sure all of you at home or in your home offices, wherever you may be in the world, feel free to give Elaine a little round of applause. Metaphorically, I know she'll appreciate it. I can feel the love. I can feel the love. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elaine. That's
Okay.
been brilliant. You may go. Okay, everybody. Well, I hope you're enjoying this. We've got the fabulous Trevor Lewis coming in next from Medical Device Consultants. Trevor has a long history of getting involved in regulatory activities for governments, for large organizations, small organizations, and I have never met anybody who knows more about the regulatory landscape and environment than Trevor Lewis does. I'm giving him a big build-up. He's not actually even in the room yet. Can you imagine how challenging that's going to be? Let me just see if I can track him down for a moment. He's been sent in here. Here's Trevor. Trevor, are you there? Can you hear us? There he is. There's the. I told you, everybody. I told you he was a genius. I told you he was clever. You've got to admit, he even looks clever, doesn't he? Trevor, it's fantastic to see you. Thank you so much for coming in this afternoon. I've given you, I think it's fair to say, a pretty substantial build-up with our audience. We've got Dimitro, who's going to be helping you technically with your slides and that kind of stuff. Have you got some slides to show? Do you want to switch on to your slide share straight away? How do you want to play it?
I thought you were doing the slides, yeah?
Well, I can, do you want to share your screen though? Can you do that? If you look down the bottom left.
Not at the moment. Yeah, because I thought you had the slide, yeah?
Oh no, I was expecting you to do it. I'm so sorry, Trev.
Okay, no, it's all right. I can soon fix that.
Can you see the share your screen icon down the bottom left-hand corner of your screen?
I'm just going to bring up the slides. Okay.
Just while Trevor's doing that, everybody can see Trevor is a keen advocate of the Subaru World Rally team, in case you were wondering. Any joy, Trevor? I can switch on to it if you'd like me to.
It's just a slow machine at the moment. Me down. It's
Forgive me, everybody at home. We will resolve this very shortly. Do you want me to share it, Trevor? Are you there, Trevor? Hello? Okay, Trevor, I think maybe you've got a slow connection. Maybe you've got a slow connection.
Slide this damn thing still.
No, that's all right. Don't worry. What we'll do is I'll do the slide share. Let's do it that way, and we can sort that out, Trevor. Okay. Trevor, are you there still? I've got your slides up now. Trevor, are you there? Bear with us, please, at home here. We're just having, as you can probably tell, a couple of technicals. do crack on.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and you're going to change the slides for me.
We've still got 20 minutes, so don't worry. I'll change the slides for you, okay?
You know, I just cracked through in the 20 minutes. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. That was a technical problem. My computer basically just failed me. Medical device regulation, brief overview. You can't go into the UK market without compliance. I'm going to cover that and quite a bit more about the general direction because it is climate.
Do you want me to advance slide, Trevor?
Right. Are you doing the slides or am I?
I'm doing the slides, Trevor.
Yeah, a slide, please.
You can get rid of your slides. You don't screen share with me, okay? That will speed up your connection as well. So just tell me when you want me to change slide.
Yeah, second slide now, please. Yeah, can I see that? Yeah, good. These are abbreviations for those who are not used to all these abbreviations. And I could have used dozens or more in the presentation, but basically I didn't because
has that failed? Hello, well, I'm so sorry we've lost Trevor again. Clearly, we've got some problems there technically. So what's going to happen is I am going to try to present Trevor's slides in his absence. It's the only practical thing to do. Please be generous with me. Regulatory is not my absolute forte, but I'm going to try to talk you through what Trevor would have been explaining to you. Trevor, you're back again. Do you want to have one more go at this? Otherwise, I'll happily try to present your slides for you.
Okay. Yeah, the International Motorised Forum is the direction where there might be global convergence. But one of the things I'm going to talk on today is where there's some people there's convergence and others divergence. Next slide, please. Basically, as this slide's trying to show that the world is chaotic, deal or no deal, and with COVID and everything else, we have enough to deal with, and staff, resources, and everything else. Up until recently, the MDD, the MDR, and the FDA and others around the world seem fairly simple. Unfortunately, in the UK, in something that's supposed to remove bureaucracy, it's got awfully complicated with the idea of the separation between GB and Northern Ireland under the Northern Ireland Agreement. UK CA mark, a Northern Ireland mark that's needed if you authorise a product in Northern Ireland with a UK approved body, as you'll see in a moment, with the IVDR and FDA and others. So the world's getting more complex, but a lot of the core remains the same. Next slide, please. This is trying to make the diagram of simplicity, really, that if you try to write all this down or lay it out, it's awfully complicated with MDD and to MDR, which will carry on to the 26th of May next year. No, the MDD will, and then the MDR becomes fully useful and fully usable in the European Union. So basically, though, you can still use the CE mark of products you've got CE marked up until the 30th of June 2023. So there's a bit of time here to adjust from a labeling point of view, from a documentation point of view, and look out for all those changes. So here, this system of central focus on the manufacturer, a competent authority, and notified bodies will continue with the MDR. Also, next slide, please. It will continue with the UK regulation. So in Great Britain, Northern Ireland, if you notice down the bottom, we got UK rep. So we had East, which if you're outside of the EU to market your products, you haven't got an office in the EU. Same thing in the UK. If you haven't got an office here, you'll need a UK rep. And then the same sort of system is mirrored by the new regulations that will emerge on the 1st of January. So there's the UK CA mark, there's the UK Northern Ireland mark, but MHRA you'll be required to register, and also for products that aren't class 1, in the same way you needed a notified body in Europe, you'll need a UK approved body, as it's called. And everyone's still tripping over notified body and approved body, but it's notified body for Europe, approved body for UK, and hopefully we'll all get used to that in time. As I said, it's subject to change. It's what prevails on the 1st of January that counts. This is looking at MHR registration. I'd just like to move to the next slide, please. You've got time, but you've got to realize, though, if you've got high risk products, class 3, class 2B, you need to register those in the first 4 months of next year. The next classification, 8 months, and class 1, you've got a full year. But please don't leave it until the end of the year. And obviously, if you're a manufacturer outside the UK and you haven't got a UK office, you need to appoint a UK responsible person. So that's something just to be clear on timescales. Next slide, please. The UK rep effectively mirrors the EC rep, but there's one little onerous twist, which is above and beyond Europe. Well, in Europe, you do have to do the same thing legally when it actually plays out typically, but here it's been made very explicit in all the guidance that you have to terminate a relationship with the manufacturer that is not compliant or acts contrary to the obligations, and notify the notified body or approved body of that termination. So that's just a little extra twist where there's a slightly more onerous requirement in the UK from January. Next slide, please. What really matters in device regulation? A lot of the UK talk about how we're going to be a stronger, better regulation, often is referred to Barriers Cambridge's report, which is mainly surgical mess and high-risk products. For those that are interested, I wrote a report to the journalistic inquiry back in 2018, which covers all those points and more, and the need for device registries, particularly for the joints and high-risk products. Anyone that's interested, I can send you a copy of that, and then we can discuss it outside. But this has been a long time coming, but there is a need to make sure that you do have your product as low as risk as possible and fit for purpose. And the Cambridge report only underlines that, but it's more for the high-risk products. Next slide, please. The risk as low as possible is what really matters in device range, clearly, but by inherent design is often missed by international groups. And when it's said as low as possible, it's as low as possible, not as low as you can get, as low as convenient, or acceptably low. It's actually as low as you can by inherent design. If what you've got as residual risk can be fixed by inherent design, then you have a requirement to fix that by that design. That's what it means. So the risk management report proving that you've got that residual risk as low as possible by design. Also, that you've got human factors, something again around the world that people may not be so familiar with. It's been big in the States for over 40 years. It's getting bigger here by each year. I'm glad to say I've helped push that. And to make sure it's going to not only be used properly by all users day one, but can be continually used by all users in the future. And obviously the clinical evaluation report is key, always has been, but the requirements and the scrutiny by the regulators has gone up every year. Next slide, please. This is taken directly from a report I wrote for the Commission back in 2014, before the guidance of good clinical practice for doing clinical investigation plans, the MedDev that resulted in that, the following year came out. And essentially took a lot of what I said and put it into the MedDev. But the principles, which I won't read every line to save time, but I want you to read afterwards, I'll just summarize it by saying that all good clinical evaluations have to be ethical. You've got to do as much pre-work before you get into trials with humans. There's a lot of pressure not to use animals, and that's absolutely necessary, particularly here in Europe. That is a growing trend as well. Only demanding as much as required for the product risk presented, because doing unnecessary human experimentation is not ethical or sensible, and certainly not cost effective. but you still got to have sufficiently large numbers to ensure you got statistical significance and a confidence level which proves that the device is both safe and efficacious, clinical efficacy. Next slide, please. So all product claims must be ultimately based on well-controlled and well-managed clinical evaluations and always be evidence-based. Regulators will want to see key compliance standards based on sound science and good practice, and clearly any literature search, which is what the Cumberland report argued about, that too many people were relying just on literature searches. The literature search is mandatory for all. It really needs to be there. You need to have a superb clinical literature search. It's a postdoctoral level. You've got to have it appropriately weighted. I can't stress enough the importance of that clinical literature review, which needs to be done by an appropriately qualified person before you get anywhere near planning and doing your clinical investigation. And the clinical investigation builds on it, looks at it, and you will then have a much more focused approach. There's been a lot of talk at ABHI conferences and around the world and with clinical investigative journalists that the pharmaceutical approach is superior. I've trained a lot of pharmaceutical people in medical device regulation all around the world. Next slide, please. And what I must say is that if I often say to people, they're different, they have different requirements, there's a lot of common ground, but the truth is that medicines and clinical trials in medicine aren't as good as they're often made out to be. And if you don't believe me, please look at this very good New Scientist article that came out at the end of 2019, about a year ago. And I think basically what it says, there's a lot of issues in medicines which are common to the problems we have in devices. But it's not them and us, it's us. I'm not having a pop at pharma. I'm just saying we all could do better. We all need to do better. But please don't tell me pharma's better, because I don't believe it is, particularly at the highest levels of the most high-risk products with the scrutiny they have. Next slide, please. This was done by Matthew Theobald, a friend and someone who's local to me. There's one thing I wish I'd have done as a chart, it's this one. I don't expect you to take this in, but we can provide it to you afterwards. And it's really in a page, all the kind of things you should be doing to get your medical device from a starting point to market and keep going around that loop iteratively. So that's the key point here, that you really need to think about, have you covered all of these points? And again, I would argue, when you cover all those and do all those, that is a comprehensive professional approach. Next slide. Whilst that slide was done in the last 5-10 years, this goes back about 20 years from FDA. And again, the iterative process, the continuous process, and the total product life cycle approach by FDA is very good. FDA still is the most successful regulator in not having so many recalls as other jurisdictions. So it's still a very good model and is still very thorough and scientific. Next slide, please. Just briefly, I'm going to touch on, this is kind of to remind you, I'm not going into any detail in these, but the MDR is urgent for labeling requirements. I've just put up an example of an MDD to MDR change. If you haven't thought about labeling changes, you need to get on with it very quickly. There's a lot to do. Also, you need to look at usability and look at that over time. And if we had more time today, I would certainly talk about that in questions and answers. But next point, next slide, please. And from the 1st of January, you can start using the UK CE mark. That may be particularly true for first class 1 devices, and there's time to do it. But obviously, the notified or approved number you use when you go through the certification will change. So there are definitely labeling changes associated purely with Britain. How that will pan out, we'll have to see. You can in Britain, it will be dual labeling will be accepted. At the moment, there is no indication that will be accepted in Europe. Quite the reverse, you have to meet with the European requirements. Next slide, please. The UK CA mark, it looks like this, and it can be scaled like the CE mark. And that's something that we'll all get to know and love in time. Next slide, please. What I want to bring your attention to is about the dual labeling I've just made, taken directly from the current guidance, and about the need for the UK responsible person. I'll save time by letting you read that slide in your own time, but basically I've covered it and you need the UK person and dual marking. Next slide, please. So really, labelling requirements need to be state of the art, and there is 15/2022-3, and there's a draft version that I commend you to look at. And there's a lot going on, and there are 68 odd symbols. That's, again, when you've got that many symbols, are they really useful? Are they really helpful? I put a challenge out to people, but you need to start working on those now, and with a good labelling company. Next slide, please. One of the things that's in the draft standard that comes from another standard, and this is sort of the direction of travel as well, that you can see labelling packaging is auditory, electronic, multimedia, printed, tactile, things like this. So there's more expected, and it's more comprehensive, and that expectation is growing with time. Next slide. The International Medical Device Regulators Forum is trying to accelerate regulatory convergence. But clearly in the UK, some people try to argue we're still being convergent when we're actually separating from Europe and having more labelling, more demands, different requirements over time. So there are really actions in different directions, but I certainly hope that we do as an industry move more towards international harmonisation. And we don't really want lots of audits in Europe, from America, other jurisdictions, and indeed the UK. Next slide, please. So one of the hopes that the UK can take a lead in, which Europe have been slow and resistant to doing, particularly with all the other changes they've already are working on and are struggling to complete, by the way, although it's a different story, is the medical device single audit program. You can see there USA, Brazil, Japan, Australia and Canada were key founding members from the International Medical Regulators Forum and the Global Harmonisation Task Force prior to that. So this has been a trend and a movement going on for about the last 20 years, surprisingly enough, roughly. Now, if we can get more countries to buy into this and the UK can help push that agenda, it will be longer audits, but hopefully fewer of them. And given the UK is separated from Europe, I do hope we end up going down a more convergent route. And certainly when it comes to audits. Next slide, please. We've only got 2 to go. We're going to be on
2 minutes.
2 o'clock.
Okay.
Definitely. John, next slide. Yeah, here are some questions. I won't go them all in detail, but basically you need to ask yourself, is what I'm saying today, is it convergent or divergent? Have you made plans for the medical device regulations 2002 in the UK, the MDR itself, the new bill going through the UK, the internal market? What have you learnt about those? And are you ready for Brexit and all it brings about? Because as Winston Churchill more eloquently said than I, this is definitely not the end. It's not even the beginning of the end, but it's perhaps the end of the beginning in having global regulation for medical devices.
Oh, I think we just lost Trevor for the final time, but there's only a minute to go. So, Dimitri, I think we'll say thank you to Trevor. Hopefully you all managed to hear all of that at home or in your office. If you would like a copy of those slides, do please contact me directly. I did put up my email address a little earlier on for Vance, and don't hesitate. Just get in touch, and I'll make sure we'll sort that out for you. I'm just going to stop the sharing. There we are. So you should have me back again now, and I've got to say a huge thank you to Trevor. I know technically that was very challenging. But I'm just going to ask my next guests now to come on through. Just give me a moment. So we should have Shane Tickell and Tony Kyprios coming through in just a moment or two. And let me, if you've got questions there, I could see Ethar had got some questions there about in-house manufacturing. If you don't mind, Ethar, for obvious reasons, I'll forward that to Trevor and see if we can get him to answer that directly with you subsequent to today. But for the next session, what we've got is 2 really insightful experts who are going to talk to you about opportunity. They're going to talk to you about what the opportunities are in the UK, particularly in respect of digital technology and particularly post-COVID. So that's what we're looking for. We've got Shane Tickell, who's a founder and CEO of Temple Black, and we've got Tony Kyprios, who is a tech entrepreneur, has taken any number of different technologies through to market. So here's Tony. I can see he's arrived now. Hello, Tony. How are you doing? Nice to have you with us. You're just muted and your camera's off at present, Tony. And we've got Shane as well.
Ah, hello.
Hello, Shane. Nice to see you. Have we got Tony as yet? Could you just could you activate your camera and microphone, please, Tony? Tony, can you hear us? It was all going so well, so smoothly, Shane. Trevor, I'm so sorry we've had to finish your session now to move on to the next one. So everybody says thank you very much for your fortitude in trying to get through the technical issues that we had. We're very grateful. A number of people are going to be following up with you directly to get your slides. So thank you, Trevor.
Yes, sorry about that. My sound went off.
Don't worry.
I apologise about that.
Not at all, my friend. Thank you so much for doing it. And we'll say bye-bye now. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So, Tony, we've got you as... No, we still haven't got Tony. Tony Kyprios, can you please unmute yourself and activate your camera? If you go down the bottom of your screen, you'll see the icons for that.
I know that Tony's ready. We were catching up a little while ago. I don't know if it's helpful, John, but I've got a good introduction for Tony because of his amazing career and background.
Oh, you do that.
It might take me a couple of minutes.
No, you crack on with that while we wait for Tony to sort his technicals out, okay?
Yeah, absolutely. I can see a DB in the conference as well, John.
That's Dimitro. That's our technical guy.
Super. Right. Okay. So we'd like to kick off then.
Yes, please do.
Right.
Apparently, we've lost Tony for the moment, and we're trying to get him back. But you crack on.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity, John. Good afternoon, everybody. So the theme of the session is health tech development and post-COVID-19 opportunities. And what we're going to explore are what are the current trends, what are the opportunities for startups, and why the UK is such a great place to have your headquarters for your company, especially right now. My name's Shane Tickell. I'm the CEO of a company called Temple Black, Quantum Health Technologies, and we're in the business of bringing data together, cleansing it, and making it available to others. And we'll come back to that in the story later on. But the next half hour is about Tony, and whilst we await his arrival, Tony's got probably the most impressive CV I've ever seen in our sector. And I really think it's important as a scene setting for his role here today that I just take a moment to go through that. So if you'll bear with me, but Tony's an entrepreneur. He's a corporate innovator and angel investor with over 25 years of leadership experience. He's an authority on startups, corporate venturing, building high-performing teams and business development. And he's especially focused.
I think you've got a problem with your phone as well. You're breaking up.
Yeah. Let me try.
Tony, you're through now. We've got you, Tony.
Can you try refreshing the web page?
Yeah, I'll try.
Okay.
Jay, well, we had him. There we are.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Tony. We can't see you or hear you now.
Keep going. We'll get him through.
Okay. So Tony's currently a board member and venture partner of the United Nations Development Programme, International Trade Centre, and the Pfizer-backed Sustainability Venture Accelerator, Accelerate 2030 in Geneva, that scales the impact of companies aligned with the United Nations Sustainability and Development Goals and Geneva Microlabs. Now, as a deal maker with the UK Department of International Trade Global Entrepreneur Programme, he scouts and mentors the world's highest potential emerging technology startups in healthcare, in edtech, sustainability, and clean tech. He is active in research and academia.
Shane, he's here.
Excellent.
Himself. Here he is. Hello, Tony.
Thank you for your perseverance. That was the first big struggle of the day, but I think I failed it.
Hi, Tony. I've just started introducing you, and I'm going through the detail of it, so to give you a bit of time. So I'm going to finish that bit off, and then I'll come to you in just a second. So we're talking about how you're active in research and academia. You're a visiting lecturer and mentor at the University of Cambridge, the Judge Business School, Entrepreneurship Centre, University of Cambridge, Institute of Manufacturing, INSAID, and the University of Cairo, with a focus on emerging technologies and sustainability. A former member of the executive board of T-Mobile International and Deutsche Telekom's T-Venture as executive vice president, business development and innovation. And he worked closely with IDEO on customer-centric innovation and design across 10 countries, achieving significant commercial impact. And as group managing director of Biodigital, you led that $1.4 billion in M&A post-merger integration of the EMAP PLC. Your startup and growth stage experiences include co-founder of mobile company Mobilephonia, leading the turnaround and sale of digital agency Blue Wave to Maersk, and co-founder accelerator of Springboard, and the founder of health tech company Dupal, and providing context to biometric sensor data. Also in the leadership team for the $800 million IPO of agency.com on NASDAQ. You've also held senior international positions in Nestle and Diageo, the CP brand marketing. As an investor in fintech, clean tech, health tech, and software ventures with M&A exits to Oracle, Pixel, Nokia, and OpenText. And you also have an MBA from the Henley Business School, Physics and Electronic Systems from Brunel, and a certificate in NLP practitioner from the University of California. It's an extraordinary CV, Tony. One of the, I mean, the most impressive I think I've ever seen. But what's really impressive is the opportunity.
I assume he prints it on an A1 flip chart rather than having a business card.
So, Tony, really, what we want to start off with is what is your role here today? And if you could give us an introduction to that, please.
Thank you, Shane, and thank you for the very long introduction. It's probably the longest I've ever had in my long career. So yeah, thank you everybody for joining us today. I'm here today in one role that I'm very proud of, which we heard from John and Elaine earlier. I also help with the Department of International Trade. We have a special initiative called the Global Entrepreneur Program, which is very, very focused specifically on entrepreneurs from anywhere around the world outside of the UK who are looking to scale up and go global, and that we think have extremely high potential and that could benefit from having their headquarters in the UK. We focus on any sector, but of course my area of interest is healthcare and sustainability and biotech and these sort of fields. And just to give you what we have is we have a group of 15, 16 people that are retained part-time on that basis, but all of us have been through that cycle of building companies, selling companies, failing with companies, having a network that can help entrepreneurs, because one of the big issues is coming into a new market. As we all know, the connections and credibility is limited, so we try and bridge that gap. Just to give an indication, in the last 4 years, I believe we've actually helped 350 highly innovative younger companies start their headquarters in the UK. We've helped them raise about £1 billion in terms of indication, and we've created about 10,000 high-value jobs. And the key thing is we want to keep close with the domestic market where they come from and have the UK as that commercialization center. So that's really why I'm here today with the Global Entrepreneur Program.
That's an incredibly impressive set of statistics over the last few years, and never more so important as we're in the second wave of COVID, and our economies as well as our health is incredibly challenged. So starting off with a series of questions, Tony, we're now in that second wave of COVID. How has that impacted the startup scene?
Oh, it's the first wave impacted very, 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 very much so, of course, and the second wave is slightly different because obviously a lot of companies have adapted. But it's the key thing to understand is, you know, we really predicted the pandemic. I mean, it's been the top 3 risk from the Cambridge University Centre of Risk Studies for the last 5 years. You know, it's been expected to come, and I think what really what really we're going to expect with environmental degradation and climate change will undoubtedly have more health impacts in the future. So something that's not going to go away. So it's obviously a problem for society, but it's an opportunity for healthcare innovation. And I mean, what does it mean for startups? The same things apply. I mean, if you're a venture, you need access to three things. You need access to a sophisticated, good market. And in terms of the UK, we have that in healthcare with some of the best corporates domiciled here, and almost all of the top 30 pharmaceutical companies having headquarters here as well. And we can actually, and as we heard from Trevor earlier, we can execute clinical trials that are of world standards. So access to market doesn't change. Access to capital, and that's equity as well as research and development, is important, which I'll come on to. And then access to talent and R&D talent, we still maintain that thing. So, I mean, what COVID has done is given us a real spotlight on population health, importance of telehealth, point of care processes, and biotech in general. So if you're going to be in a sector, the sector we're in is an important one to be in. And it's just shown how health can impact the economy generally, has a massive shock effect. So that's been important as well. And we've seen that the systems are not too resilient anywhere in the world. So I think one example how the second wave has impacted even the first wave is, for example, research and development, access to grants. So Innovate UK, we work very closely with. They already are one of the biggest R&D grant bodies in the world with £2 billion. They've added another £750 million to that, so it's 2.75 million. And a lot of that is earmarked for health and biotech. So, I think there's been a lot of issues. It depends on where you're at. The startup scene has been disrupted, but of course, many other sectors have more and many corporates have. But the healthcare one is one where I see more opportunities than issues. And
you mentioned the funds that are available, not the government funds, but venture capital and the people who have got to deploy those funds. As we come to the end of 20 and coming to start of 21, how do you see those funds being deployed?
That's a good question, Shane. We found a lot of hesitancy in Q2 of this year. In April onwards, there was a lot of disruption. I had one company that was going to close a Series A valued at 15 million, and all of a sudden it became 8 million. So it's like the valuation collapsed. And one thing to make sure is that you have to show if you're having negotiations for funding, is that any disruption is more about a little bit of friction or access to people or market, not a fundamental shift in demand. So it's important to really understand and do scenarios of how this pandemic has impacted you. But talking about venture capitalists have a job to do, is to deploy capital and create a return. So the longer they sit on it, the longer they have a problem getting that return back. So in Q2 of next year, 2021, there's a lot of dry powder with the VCs I know in the UK and the USA. They have to deploy. And, we saw in 2009, many of the world's best companies, tech companies, came out of a crisis. They're going to see which ones are resilient companies, which have really adapted to the situation, evolved, got closer to their customer base, shown efficacy, pivoted, or whatever. So I think what you've got to be doing in 2020 is making progress on those key metrics and showing efficacy and evidence of progress. And you've got to be ready. I think in April of this coming year, there's going to be money. I wouldn't say in abundance, but there's going to be a lot of money deployed. And I think healthcare is a key target area for that.
So it's really encouraging for anybody who's considering starting up, because I know with my own startup, I started 12 months ago. I've seen the appetite of funders, some of the themes change, but I think what you're giving confidence there is plenty appetite. So with that in mind, and some people embarking on that journey, can you talk about an example that you've seen during phase one of COVID, and an example that's worked really well?
Yeah, I'd say one that we've been working with a lot. It's a global entrepreneur program company. Founders came from Spain, and they set up in the UK in 2017. It's called LifeBit, and they're into federated data for population genomics studies and evaluation, and being able to share data in a very secure, efficient, robust way according to all the regulations is very important. Federated data is the key way to do it. So they're very big. They're becoming increasingly a player in population genomics, and in recent times they've actually been up against some of the world's biggest several billion-dollar US giants and beaten them to win major UK government contracts, like the Genomics England group, and they've also worked with major farmers like GSK, Janssen Pharmaceuticals in Boehringer Ingelheim. And just to give that as an example, since April, they've doubled their employees, they've raised Series A, and they've doubled their revenue. I mean, they're in the right place, right? And they've also got a fantastic team with super executional capabilities. But they're going to go on and on from this platform, because the key thing now is the bioinformatics market is going to be, I think, worth 35 billion by 2025, and precision medicine as well is going to be worth about 195 billion by 2025. So they're in a big growing market. So I think that's a big one. And DIT, we've been really helping them with all our embassies around the world. Something that we do is, now they've got traction and they've got real evidence behind them, we got access to any government in the world. So I think we're helping them now with Hong Kong, and I think in Middle East and other countries in Latin America. So we can really ramp up companies if they come here in a way that many other countries can't do. But that's been a really good case study. If you have a really good execution, you can actually use this time and this predicament to push on even more aggressively than before. But you've got to be in the right space.
That's an incredible story, and a great example, again, for anybody who's considering things and why they should be doing them right now. But let's talk for a moment about maybe where startups might underestimate things or leave things out of their planning. What experiences have you come across and advice?
I think a lot applies within healthcare. It's not the easiest of places. I think it's something that we all have a passion for, because it has a real purpose. And you know, I know you, Shane, care about it a lot in your venture. I think one thing is, as Trevor earlier and John as well were saying, and one thing I want to say is that we in the Global Entrepreneur Program at DIT, we really rely on people like John and UK HealthGateway Gateway, because they are real experts. We're generalists, we're business connectors, but we really rely on people like John and his group to help us with the companies that we work with. But something that I would say is, I think as John and Trevor also mentioned earlier, is the UK is a very mature and sophisticated market, both in terms of venture capital and in terms of healthcare and biotech. It's one of the three biggest global hubs. And in terms of venture capital, we are number 3 out after USA and China, and then a much smaller economy is the UK. And in 2019, I think venture capital grew by 40%. I mean, it's really, really growing, and there's a lot of money to deploy and a lot of sophistication here. I think the UK in venture capital is significantly bigger than France and Germany combined. So the key thing, if you're coming into this country from the outside, is don't underestimate the sophistication, don't underestimate the competition, don't underestimate, you know, the expectation of how good you've got to be. But there is people here to help you be that good. And I think there's no lack of ideas or research or talent in other countries. It's just that they sometimes lack the opportunity and the market dynamics and ecosystem, and we have that here. So, I mean, to answer your question about, you know, planning and things like pathways, I think it's very easy to underestimate the gap between getting your seed funding and getting to Series A. That's a huge, huge cliff edge, and many companies don't make it. So I'm particularly fascinated by digital therapeutics, DTX, and how that's progressing. And I think, for example, in your strategy, it's important to understand whether you're a digital service, like an Armada Health, but you still need clinical evidence of some description, but you're not, you know, regulated. Then you can be a drug supplement, and that means you've got to work very closely with pharmaceutical companies and show how maybe you're on adherence, maybe you're a smart pill company like Proteus Digital or somewhere. But for that, you've got to work very closely with pharma companies, which takes time, right? And takes effort and takes a lot of things. And the other one is, what I work a lot with actually is drug replacements, which mean a lot of stuff around cognitive behavioral therapy is really being used now in terms of dependency issues or IBS or mental health, etc. And that is where you actually a replacement for a drug, but you can be prescribed by there's a remittance process to be prescribed. And I think Trevor is much more the expert on this than me, but just knowing to do an RCT, a clinical grade RCT, is going to cost you $1.5 to $2 million to do through a proper pathway to get it designed properly and all those sort of things. So you've got to just add that just in addition to any of your operational costs to it. So I think it's easy to perhaps come from a smaller market or another market and not realize to really break through what sort of money you require. And as Trevor mentioned, how professional you've got to be here. You've really got to be able to do the stuff. So I think in getting to that, there are some shortcuts. There are sort of things where you can look at predication of work of others and build upon it. So I think the time now during the pandemic is really, if you can't access people, just do your research. There's a lot of information available. Really work hard on your business plan, demonstrate the potential for adoption, demonstrate potential for efficacy, understand your product development process, understand how to design best-in-class clinical trials, get your team ready. There's a lot of preparation work to do. And don't be one of the many companies and ventures that fall before Series A. You've got to be really ready for that.
I have to say from my own experience that the Department for International Trade has got an enormous and incredibly valuable set of resources and people. And I've benefited from that. And, I've been in business for 25 years and, don't know how many business plans that I've written and how many businesses I've launched, but I have to say I'm really impressed with that. So on the theme of, we've talked a bit there about getting companies ready for investor, and maybe I could just put two things together here, but getting companies ready for investor is a particular area of expertise, and also the pressure on startups now as you're getting them ready. Is it to be profitable, or is it about that validation where you talked about doing your research in those particular areas of interest?
If you as a, say, digital therapeutic, can get to the FDA or MHRA and be told that you are a company and a process that they believe, even in the minutes notes, that is very liable to be accepted post-trial, or they like the design, they like the product, automatically you're highlighted as high potential for investment. So if you can go through those processes in a very professional way and do things really sequenced in the right order, you will get access to finance. The harder route is to be a direct-to-consumer app, shall we say, in the traditional way, where you've really just got to keep on showing traction, 15% monthly growth, compounded. I mean, it's a very hard thing. So I would always go with the digital therapeutics endorsed route. I mean, for example, you can, if you can, I work with a really great company from Spain that's called Social Diabetes, and they work with a lot of pharma companies. And for example, in Mexico, 20% of people have diabetes. They don't have access to life insurance. It's just because they cannot be assessed. They cannot be, the risk factor can't be done. But with social diabetes, they can. That's a huge opportunity for them to pursue that as an opportunity. So to answer your question specifically, for medical health and preventative health in these areas, profit's not important. We're not an e-commerce retail company. I think efficacy, outcome-based, evidence of impact, that will get you funded. That will get you funded properly to get to a breakthrough. Excellent.
Some great advice there. So preparing ourselves as startups, what do you think are the key trends we're coming towards in 2021? I think you've hinted at some already.
Yeah. No, there's many. I think there's obviously there's things that there's convergence. So that's why, I mean, it was interesting you mentioned that I was with T-Mobile before, and there's so much convergence with telecoms and mobile and data. So big data, AI, biotech, genomics, all that stuff is really coming together. I think we talked earlier about the federated data approach with LifeBit. One thing that is really, I like things that are multiplier effects as a platform to help many other companies do well. So one thing I'm seeing is just lack of real-time access to reliable data, diagnostic data, particularly, even in developed countries like the UK and America, let alone in countries like Africa. So anybody that can crack that sort of thing in terms of a system that can clean data, is safe, it's secure, it's being put together, that's valuable, because that will enable a lot of intervention. Say, for example, there's a lot of NGO activity, for example, in Africa, but not everybody in Africa deals with, vector-borne diseases like malaria. I mean, the people have heart conditions, they have diabetes, they have degenerative neural conditions, but not much is being done in that. Now, where is the data for that? Where are we going to get it from? So Wellcome Trust does a lot, but on their own, they can't do everything. So that an innovation in that area is really interesting for me.
And that's me too. I've been in this sector for 25 years now, mainly on the electronic patient record space. But I really didn't realize when I got into this area that actually what I wanted to do was integrate information from, I see that information from the conception of life to when a baby is born, through its life until end of care later on, but all the agencies that need access to that data. And I've been fortunate over the last few years to talk to people who are on that mission. So I started my own company to try and address that, and we're looking at amazingly scaled, and that's why I put quantum in the name of the company, because we can do this. The technology does exist, but also it helps those people who are developing those specific apps to get real quick access to data. And our philosophy is, if we can collect the data in whatever form, cleanse it, make it available, primarily first for direct care, then a byproduct of that is information for population health, and the next product is for real-time research. Just coming to the last few minutes of our session, and wrapping things up, we were going to try and get through this without mentioning the B word, Tony, but we are at the end of this year, and as a UK, we can't ignore it. But I wondered if you could talk to us a bit about the opportunities for Europe, for global, and how the UK is playing its part, and how good that is for people based here.
Yeah, you promised not to mention the B word, Shane. So you've got to.
Sorry.
So no, I mean, all I can speak about is from what I see in healthcare ventures and founders and what's happening. So, funnily enough, I was speaking to EIT Health, and they said we've had so many companies from Spain wanting to come to UK since Brexit, and I was just like perplexed. Why is that? And they said, well, they want to have access to the clinical trial mechanism. It's world class, it's world grade. They don't want to lose out on that. It's the most paralleled one to the FDA. And so, I'm talking to a lot of Spanish companies, I'm sure from other parts of Europe as well. So that's been really interesting. I think the key thing is, as I mentioned earlier, is like the VC is the most sophisticated and advanced. It's one of the top 3 life science places in the world, with Cambridge and London, really leading edge. You've got the customers here, so I'd say if you're a foreign company in the EU, for example, you're already in the EU, and you could very well have an HQ in the UK as well to go global. So I'm seeing that in startups and healthcare, there's many opportunities still.
I guess finally, I'm going to throw in Oxford, and I'm going to throw in today, we've had great news that the MHRA has signed off the first vaccine for COVID. I mean, fantastic, the Pfizer BioNTech. I mean, the opportunities we've got, but challenges now as well. So great that we out of Oxford have done this. The information around that, I mean, I think I was talking to the head of eHealth for Scotland on Friday, and he said, the task now of trying to roll this out and record it, and for us to do it nationally and then internationally. But there's potential with that data as well, isn't there, Tony?
Yeah, going back to what we said earlier, I mean, about the real-time access to diagnostic data, and then cross-referencing it with other disease states. So I think we've come to the end of our time, so we can continue another point. But no, thank you, Shane, for that.
No, thank you, Tony. It's been absolutely fascinating. John, thanks for the opportunity. Clearly, we could have gone all afternoon.
It was sensational, guys. Thanks a million to both of you. Really appreciate it. Some great insights, particularly for those smaller companies or startup companies looking for, what's the template? How do we do this well and properly, so that actually we get an open embrace from the market rather than an oh and a shrug and a turn of the other shoulder. Well, look, that's it for now. We've got a half-hour break now. And then after the break, Shane's back with us. Can you believe it? He's coming back for more with the fabulous Hassan Chowdhury and Liz Orca from Liz Orca. Liz Ashall-Payne from Orca, Hassan Chowdhury from DIT again. And we're going to have a really lively conversation about how do we evaluate products honestly. In other words, it's the critical friend bit. Okay. Thanks for a million now if you're watching at home.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks to both of you, and we'll see you shortly. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Well, hello, everybody. Welcome back from your well-earned afternoon cup of tea. Or, of course, if you're in the United States, you might have had a mid-morning cuppa. If you're in the Asian markets, well, by now you're probably halfway through your third bottle of sake. I don't need to go there, really, do I? It's a fantastic opportunity to have you back with us now. Thank you for coming back. We've had a marvellous time already this afternoon, talking through some sort of introductory principles about market access into the UK. Then we had Clever Trevor doing his thing about regulatory activity. And then we had Shane and Tony Kyprios talking about startup opportunities and how to get your tech rolling, particularly if you need some finance and clinical trials and so on. So now it's my absolute pleasure to welcome the fabulous Liz Ashell-Payne, who's the Chief Executive of Orca. More about that in a moment. The equally fabulous Shane Tickell, founder and CEO of Temple Black, and the even equally fabulous Hassan Chowdhury, who works for the Department of International Trade and is a much respected and much valued contributor to various things that we've done. So what this is all about is how to be a critical friend. It's all very well if you're a startup or you're an owner entrepreneur, and I know you're very, very proud and precious about your product. Sometimes if you're going to come into this market, somebody needs to act just to say, do you know what? I know you think it's wonderful, but honestly, we just need to sit you down and have a quiet word about, here's some issues that you need to address before you really put your foot to the floor and start trying to accelerating into your sales activity here in this market. So Liz, Shane and Hassan are going to help me to explore this theme about evaluation. How do we do it well? Just to be clear, Liz's company, Orca, they evaluate apps. I think that's fair to say, isn't it, Liz? You are the authority on evaluating any kind of an app that wants to come in to the United Kingdom market, particularly for health and social care. Liz is the place that you've got to satisfy. Shane's got a variety of experiences looking at and implementing new technologies, and Hassan has just got a brain the size of a planet and knows everything there is to know about evaluating products. So look, can I ask the three of you, and let's start with Liz, because I really ought to go to the authority on the evaluation thing first of all. Liz, when you first started Orca and you were looking at how should we go about evaluating technologies, what were a couple of things that were at the back of your mind that you thought we must get that element right?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm just going to take it even one step further back as to why is this important, and this is the reason why I got really interested in creating something like Orca. So currently there are hundreds of thousands of digital health solutions, and my job prior to being chief exec at Orca was to get these solutions into healthcare so that people and patients could get the benefit from them. And that sounds really exciting and pretty simple to do, but it's not simple to do. The reason it's not simple is because people don't trust these solutions. And actually, the reason they don't trust these solutions is because most of them don't meet regulatory requirements. So this trust issue is not unfounded. And what I was really keen to do, what I'm always really keen to do, is scale the opportunity so that everybody can get the benefit from tools available. And so because trust is the biggest issue, if you want to deploy high quality solutions to people and patients, the first question you've got to answer is, well, which ones are good? And again, that sounds really simple, but it's massively complex because there's about 2,500 standards out there globally that could be applied to a product. And by the way, that regulatory landscape keeps changing. And by the way, not all digital health solutions are the same. So you end up, it's a bit like trying to nail jelly to a wall. And the other thing that's really challenging is, I'm an NHS healthcare professional by background, so I feel comfortable and confident about the clinical assurance side of things, but I wouldn't know about the data security, data privacy. I just wouldn't know about that. And why would I? Equally, if I'm from a technical perspective, why would I know about the clinical and the professional side? So what I wanted to do and what's got to happen within any evaluation framework is it has to be proportionate. So it has to only apply standards that are relevant to the product. It has to be repeatable because products keep changing, and it has to address all the different domains that you could be interested in: data security, data privacy, clinical assurance, and user experience, because there's no point in just knowing one of those bits of the jigsaw puzzle.
Perfectly put, Liz. Great start. I knew I was wise to begin with you. Lovely start. Shane, how can you amplify some of Liz's points or make your own even in this regard?
The first thing I would say, I mean, I'm thrilled that Liz's organisation exists, and congratulations on your 5th year, Liz. For the 25 years I've been in this sector, I've spent nearly 15 as a CEO of software companies providing electronic health records or patient records. And the thing I've long campaigned for is how do we know that we're fit for purpose? And there's two sides to that. There's the side that Liz has just said and the reason that she exists for. And that's really, really helpful because we need to be compliant. But the other side of it is also to make sure that we have a fair comparison. And I think the more that we are accredited and the more that we are tested, then the better and more applicable our solutions would be. But I think this is also an area of education. And if I may speak about my frustration with software companies, and I have challenged a lot of them, and you all know that I work on the Tech UK Health and Social Care Council as a vice chair. And for many years before my position, I stood up in supplier audiences where there'd be 150 suppliers saying, I built a thing. Someone said it was good. They bought one. I haven't sold any more. What, why? And I'd often say to them, well, how many people have you spoke to? They go, everybody. And then I'd ask them, and how many times did you speak to them? And they'd look at me like I was an alien. And I do go back to this sort of Walt Disney world of he went to his 500th bank before he got somebody who actually took him seriously. But you have to make sure you've done your research. You have to do your homework. And on Friday, I had the great privilege of chairing Jonathan Cameron, the head of eHealth in Scotland. And he said, get a lot of companies approach me, but do your research. Are you relevant? What do you know about us? And what problem are you trying to solve? Or, as I put it, what opportunity are you trying to advance and help with? And I think a lot of it is about homework. And my final point, as a partner as well, where people come to me with stuff, and I hate it when they approach me and say, you should meet me. I've got a thing, and they've no idea that I've got the thing already. And actually, they're competing with me. And running my business, I know how much per hour I've got to turn over. And if you're taking up a half an hour of my time, I need to know why.
Perfectly put. Thank you, Shane. Hassan, come on then. Your turn on this. I can see you're champing at the bit there. What advice are you going to give to the innovative and wildly enthusiastic med tech software company? It doesn't matter what they are. How do you kind of just level them out in terms of, whoa, this is how you start your evaluation process?
First of all, thank you for having me and some great answers so far. The key is that the person buying you doesn't feel comfortable buying. That's the thing that I start with a lot of digital health companies. They'd understand a widget. If you give them a scalpel or a stethoscope, they're familiar with it. But when it becomes a digital therapeutic, they fall apart because they don't know what they don't know. And they're worried they're going to hand this over to somebody and their reputation's going to go because there's going to be something wrong. And that's why regulation is so important, because even though you're doing it to protect patients and make sure you get the right outcomes, make sure you're helping the health system, really it's because your buyer has basically made their pants brown. They're scared. So if you get your regulation right, people will trust you. Now, there's a company, I've seen a company that has RCTs in digital health, right? There's not many of them. But imagine you've got a randomized control trial. People go, oh, okay, that's okay. We've got a company with some RCTs. You can imagine them in a board meeting justifying the purchase. So make sure you understand that there's a mentality here that you're buying into. Regulation for the right reasons, but also because people aren't very confident.
Well, I think it's a super answer, and it sort of reinforces the point that Liz made at the beginning about trust. I used an expression in the intro to the afternoon session at 1 o'clock. I said, you've got to get out of the idea that you're coming to sell to the NHS. What you're actually doing is trying to make it easy for the NHS to buy. And there is a fundamental difference in mindset and approach when you actually adopt that as the modus operandi for your market access strategy. Right, well, look, that's a great start to it. But now we've got half of the world of medtech sitting in their offices in Beijing, Toronto, I don't know, Phoenix, Arizona, down in Rio de Janeiro and so on. They're all thinking, okay, I get that. I've got to be trusted. Where do they start? How do they start to map out for themselves what an effective evaluation process might look like here in the UK? Can you give any guidance? I'll start with Hassan this time. Why not? We'll go in reverse order. What would you say to them?
Thanks. Now, I would say that Orca, not just because Liz is here, but Orca are globally unique, in my opinion, not just on the assessment, but the distribution of health apps. And that's where if you have a digital therapeutic, you've got an app, you can't do anything else other than go to Orca. In fact, I think buyers would ask you, how come you don't have Orca if you're in that space? So that's clear.
So that's apps. Okay,
that's for apps, right? But data-driven technology, which is really what we're talking about in a lot of things in digital health. Data-driven technology means that you need to speak to a lot of players. Now, Reform did a piece of work on behalf of NHSX, and they went and spoke to a lot of good people in the system. And they put it together on their website, and you can find it if you look at Reform's website on data-driven technology and regulation. And what they did was they put out different maps, if you like, of who you speak to. Have you got the Information Commissioner's Office? Because if you've got data, you need to make sure you're registered with them. Have you spoken to the MHRA? Because they're looking at safety and regulation. But also, have you looked at cost effectiveness? Because you've got to talk to NICE. And the number of partners you have to speak to, they're wildly different depending on what you do. But each one of them has a role. So you've got to start taking advice early. Don't wait until you're here, sitting in the UK, thinking, now I'm going to start looking at regulation. Start asking the questions. Ask NHS Digital if you have to. Ask the questions of the right players and find somebody who knows the system from the inside to navigate.
Thank you, Hassan. Okay, I'm going to come to Liz next, I think. Let's do Liz next. Why not?
So just a point of clarity, really. So Orca did start just looking at apps, and by apps, I mean apps on the app stores. But we do actually look at the full depth and breadth of digital health solutions, including AI-powered digital solutions. So we expanded around about a year to 18 months ago because the same problems in there as well. And as Hassan said, if you've got a piece of technology, the first question is, well, which of these standards apply to me? And by the way, some of these standards cost a couple of £1,000 just to download and read. So once you've done that, you then have to work out, well, which of these ones then apply to my product? You then got to apply them and create an improvement plan. And the way we work with innovators is we take all of that heavy lifting away. We apply all the relevant standards and regulations to a product, and then you get an improvement report. And that improvement report is very practical. It's not written in legal speak. That's how I describe it. You know, really confusing. It's very practical. You must do X, Y, and Z. And then we support, with very quick consultation, maybe an hour at a time, to really give an in-depth clarity about what they need to do to meet those regulatory requirements. And then the final thing that I'd say is there are quite a lot of elements of the assessment that we carry out for the UK that are replicated in other countries. So, if you're a European product, GDPR, we still use GDPR in this country. So a lot of the things that you've had to do in one country to get into this country doesn't need to be duplicated. Hassan talked about the medical device regulations. Again, that's an EU-wide thing. So there is a real opportunity for scale and a reduction of duplication, which we will help you to do. So obviously that sounds like a real pitch to come to us, but genuinely we want to help innovators because this is confusing. And by the way, it's not me personally doing these reviews. We have, loads and loads of subject matter experts who will take your product through a process, loads and loads of clinical experts who will be invited to look at your product if your product is in their clinical domain. And we cover things like the NICE evidence standard framework. we cover things like the ISO standards, the OWASP regulations around data security, GDPR, interoperability, all those areas, and we apply it proportionately. So we're not asking you to be adherent to things that aren't relevant.
Thank you, Liz. Well, look, but Shane, before I want to put to Shane a slightly different question, because we had two great answers there to what do you do if you want full evaluation, if you want to be compliant, if you want to follow process, then that's the full scale of what you absolutely need to be ready for. But if I was an innovator sitting in Montreal or Christchurch in New Zealand or Rio de Janeiro, I might be thinking, do you know, before I press the button to activate all of that resource, time, commitment, expense, actually, how do I go about just getting a rough and ready assessment in terms of what are my chances, do you think? Do you understand what I'm driving at here?
Yeah.
That's where many people want to start before they then, press the trigger for all of the other stuff. What would you advise them, Shane?
I'm very lucky that I have contacts all over the world, and people like to reach out and sometimes ask for an opinion on the very thing. I'm in Australia. We think the UK market is a next natural one. Can we talk to you about it? And I always engage because I learn something too. And I think it does come back to research. And I think it is about, before you start, you're going to have to do some homework. And why is your idea, product, service relevant? How do you know it's relevant? And I'll be honest with you that I'm going to give you a few things. It's great to talk to academic health science networks. Hassan's just given you some other agencies that are really, really good to talk to. First of all, you need your own references. Why? And you need to understand the market. And too many people do arrive here or build here and go, this thing is everyone's got to use it. I've had my own customers say, build this thing, they'll all want it. And I've never sold another one. So it's about research. What I would say is a really practical thing. Go and find 10 people that you think this is really important for, and that it will do. By the time you got to the 8th, you'll really get a sense and you'll really get a shape as to your thoughts and was it relevant and what you've learned, and probably really importantly, what it needs to be to get to be relevant, and then for you to start marketing. And I think good companies, they literally land on the shores, they search people out both at the customer end, and also other people that are in the trade, maybe complementary and maybe competitive. And I think those are some of the key things, John.
Well, thank you. That's kind of where I was arriving at this from as well. I was thinking, it's just important that we give some practical advice for the very early stages here, because how can I put it? And in my experience, we're actually quite innovation positive, or there are people within health and social care, the user community, who are very innovation positive, and they will give you an independent, warts and all, brief assessment of something. And it's not like various other markets of the world where there's an emphasis on remuneration and if I'm going to look at this and I'm going to charge you X $1,000. People will often look at it, have a little demonstration for 20 minutes, and then give you an independent, for free assessment of whether it's any good or not, in their opinion. It's no substitute for Hassan and Liz's full evaluation process, but do you know what? As a rough and ready, am I at least in the ballpark here? It's not a bad way to start.
Just very briefly, I skipped over the AHSNs, really, and actually quite a few.
We're going to come back to them, but that's all right. Keep going.
Oh, it was just to say, I'm really impressed over the last few years how they have set up a lot of investment, and the academic health science network is really. Just to address your point, John, you said no one likes to be sold to in healthcare, and certainly not in the UK. But there are a lot of people who want to buy, and when they find a great thing, they will tell everybody. But so the academic health science networks have really invested in actually coaching, shaping, and providing that research. And I've worked with a couple who've been absolutely fantastic.
Okay, and sorry, go on, Liz. Yes, go on.
No, I was just going to jump in. You're absolutely right. I think what I've been talking about is getting your evaluation to ensure trust. But I think where you and Shane are at the moment is pre that point. And one of the things to say pre that point is you need to validate the problem before you build your solution. And so you might think that there's a really big problem and that you can create a solution to deal with the problem. And actually nobody else is experiencing that problem. And so I always say to innovators, get obsessed with the problem and validate that is a problem, and validate who it's a problem to and what the size of the problem is to the different. So a finance director in the NHS will see a problem through a different lens than the medical director versus a nurse, et cetera, et cetera. So get obsessed with the problem. And also the second thing is have a look what else is already out there on the market, because a lot of people have created digital health solutions, nearly 400,000 of them. And, I can tell you, we don't need any more anxiety apps for workplace wellness. There's about 5,000 of them. But there are some gaps in the marketplace. So be really clear about what gap you're filling from a marketplace perspective.
Hassan, I'm going to come to you in a second. But before I do, I'm just going to preface this by saying Hassan and Shane and I did a thing for the Institute of Healthcare Management. It was on the Giant platform this morning at 10 o'clock. If you missed it, it was all about helping managers in health and social care to embrace new technology. And one of the things that Hassan said there was, do you know what? You think you've got a problem? Trust me, somebody else has already had it. There's always somebody who can help you. Anyway, sorry, Hassan, I had to preface with a little unashamed ad for our earlier star appearance.
Thank you. And by the way, that was a great conversation. Two things to add to the conversation. One of them, and I think it's already been covered there by Liz, is product market fit. You've got to make sure you've got that before you even come to the idea of looking at the UK, right? But if you have got the product market fit, I'm looking at something called effectiveness. I'm wondering, in the real world, have you actually achieved what you said you were going to achieve? And if you don't have the real world evidence for what you're going to say you can do, people aren't going to trust you. And that has to be done in the right way. And of course, after that, you've got to make sure you've got all the regulation, you've got to tick all the boxes. But I think a lot of companies miss the real world data part before they get to the shores of the UK. Now, it's okay to say, look, we've done this in Australia, we've done this in Singapore, we've had 10,000 patients on this, and actually these are the outcomes, and we've had a university evaluate it. And if you've done that, it's okay, because then we can understand how that looks in the UK. But we'll ask you to do it again, most likely. We'll ask you to do it here. But the key part is get somebody who has no skin in the game to validate you. Get a third party to say, actually, this works. Because if you're saying you've done it, no one's going to trust it. It needs someone who's agnostic, independent third party.
That's a fantastic observation to make. And you know what? Every time you open your mouth, Hassan, a new gem of perfection emerges. It's fabulous, I think you're underplaying your abilities in this regard. There's clearly a full-time role for you in some, maybe a government agency or something. Oh, sorry, you've already got one of those. Yeah. Well, look, that's fantastic responses. We've got about 5 minutes or so left. So I want you all, I'm going to give you a little bit of time with a bit of a lead in. I'm big on practical advice here for people. So I'm going to ask each of you in a moment or two to give 2 pieces of advice that you would provide to people sitting in their offices or factories elsewhere in the world, or even here in the UK, and they're an innovator and an entrepreneur here. 2 pieces of advice you're going to give them about how they prepare themselves for a proper evaluation process of their products. Do you get the idea? And we'll see where that takes us to, because the idea of giving 2 pieces of advice from all of you, 6 pieces of advice, that's a toolkit then. People can go away and tomorrow start to prepare for market entry and world domination, ultimately, obviously. All right, and it wouldn't be fair if I didn't start this time with Shane. Shane, 2 pieces of advice from you.
Okay. I'm a great believer in trying to be the absolute best and building on everybody's comments around, but you have to be applicable. You have to have a really good reason to be here. I think the first one is seek out the highest possible evaluation that you could find, and then try and beat it personally. It doesn't have to be perfect, but it has to be good enough so that you can draw on that. And you do that by, the second piece of that is to get there. You have to do your research. And that means getting into the country. If you're in the country, get out. And you have to go to sites. You have to seek out the best people at what they're doing. And you have to go to conferences, go to universities, seek out the professors, and seek out the students, seek out the front line. But get as rounded an opinion as you can and try and make yours the best possible solution.
Thank you, Shane. Okay, that's good. Liz, next. Go on.
Yeah, I'm going to build on what Shane said there. So see regulation as your opportunity to differentiate yourself in the marketplace. So as Shane says, don't see that as the gold standard. That's the minimum standard, and use it to your best of you use it to really benefit yourself. And the second thing is a slightly left field answer, but don't see the NHS as a national health system. It is not national. You don't go and talk to one person once. Be really clear about who it is you want to speak to within the NHS. Is it commissioner? Is it provider? Is it community? Is it acute? Is it primary care? And then even within that organisation, who is it you're trying to target? And get really, really specific. And then, as Shane says, go and ask them and take their feedback as positive feedback. You want as much constructive criticism before you get out there as you possibly can.
Isn't that fascinating? I'm so glad that you mentioned that, because Elaine Evans this morning, who Hassan will know, Elaine said the NHS isn't a big fish. It's a shoal of tiny fish pretending to be a big fish. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We all like the nature programs where, you know, the big fish advances to try to get the little fish, and it's got no chance. They just break it. Anyway, let's not go there right now. Okay, great advice. Thank you very much, Liz. Hassan, come on then. And by the way, everybody is standing by now for two of the best pieces of advice they've heard in their life. Okay. You set the bar so high.
No pressure.
Thanks so much, John. First of all, focus on real-world studies with lots of power. So that might mean big numbers, but if you're in rare disease, that might not. But high-powered real-world studies, and make sure they're independently validated. Without those, you won't really get a foot in the door. Number two, speak to buyers about their fears, and then de-risk, including speaking to Auckland.
You see, I told you to be good, didn't I? And he says it in a fraction of the time of everybody else. Genius.
I always learn when I'm at a conference with Hassan, always learn.
Be a newsreader or something, you know, you should take the world's most complicated problems and just synthesize it down to 20 seconds of this is the real problem we've got to fix, citizens of the world, you know. The UN beckons, Hassan. I can feel it. Well, look,
UK HealthGateway, that's enough for me.
There we are. You know, well, you're always very welcome to come and work with us. You know that. Well, I hope you're enjoying this at home, because I think that's been an absolute box office of half an hour. If you are sitting in your offices and factories and laboratories, wherever you may be in the rest of the world, and you're thinking to yourself, we're ready, you know, we feel that we're ready to advance on the United Kingdom, just remember, get Liz's advice about, you know, there is no front door. It's a shoal of fish rather than one big fish. Take Hassan's views around, for heaven's sakes, get really, you know, big data basically involved, real world data that's powerful, and take Shane's advice. You've got to get your research done. You've got to make sure that when you're engaging with people, you're using language, terminology, phrases, data sets that they're familiar with and they'll understand. I think that's another big thing altogether. But I've got to say to all of you, thanks a million. You've been absolutely marvelous. And do you know who we've got next? Go on, have a guess who we've got next. We've got the head of procurement for St Helens and Knowsley NHS Trust, Chris McNamara, who's going to come and tell us, right, and when you've done your evaluation, this is what you need to do when you come and pitch to the big boy buyers. Okay. All right. You three, Liz, Hassan, Shane, thanks a million. Worth your weight in gold, all of you. If any of you would like to contact Liz, Hassan, or Shane, do contact me. My email address is somewhere in the chat already, and I'll put you in direct contact with them. Thanks ever so much, everybody.
Pleasure.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
Take care. Bye.
Well, that was pretty good. Did you enjoy that at home? Good was that, eh? Weren't they fantastic? Liz, Hassan, and Shane. I hope you feel that you've now got a really strong view in respect of how to evaluate your product, ready to move into the UK market. All is well. It's my absolute delight now and pleasure to recognise and welcome one of the most fabulous people in healthcare. We've got Chris McNamara from the fabulous, the award-winning, officially the best health trust in Britain, St Helens and Knowsley, up in the northwest of England, just adjacent to Liverpool and Manchester. Chris is the head of procurement at St Helens and Knowsley, and he's been very generous to give up his time at what you can imagine is a hugely busy time in the world of the NHS to come and talk to us. And he and I are going to have a chat basically about what procurement is looking for from potential suppliers. So Chris, great to have you with us. I'm so delighted that first of all you got logged in properly, and that now you've made it into the hot seat, as they say. Have you had a good day?
It's been a very different day. They're all different days at the minute, but yeah, it's been good. Thank you. Thanks for the introduction as well. Very kind.
And how are you getting on up in St Helens and Knowsley? Just talk us very quickly. Talk to us about the response to COVID and what you've been doing.
Yeah, I mean, we've had, as everybody's had, a really challenging time, really. Early days, we were very lucky that we didn't run out of any stock of anything. So we were one of those lucky trusts that managed to do it. It's not all my doing, it's the team I work with. So we've had that, and we are, as a trust now, sort of seeing probably the tail end of wave 2, I think, hopefully. We're hoping. We've had a second peak and the numbers are going down, so that's reassuring in terms of patients, but we just need to look after the rest of those patients we've got at the minute. So
well,
fingers crossed.
If you're going to be United Kingdom, do it at St Helens, in my view.
Yeah, it's a great place.
Dimitra, we got a little bit of feedback on the feed here. I don't know quite what's taking place. If you could have a look at that for me, I'd be most grateful. Let's move on then, Chris. What I'd like to ask you about is, look, when prospective suppliers to St Helens and Knowsley are coming along, can you just help them to understand, you know, that there's some basics they've got to get right first? Absolutely. First and foremost, should they even be coming to you in the first place, or should they be going to one of the central agencies like NHS central supply and so on? Can you help people just to understand the procurement landscape?
Absolutely. No problem. Yeah, so I don't think there's one answer that fits every scenario, really. I think, you know, we're pragmatic on our approach that we take, and we'd expect many suppliers would have to be also quite pragmatic. But my sort of instinctive response to that is generally that we would recommend they go through one of the sort of centralised bodies, or what we call the framework providers, such as NHS Supply Chain, or SCCL as it's known now, Health Trust Europe, Crown Commercial Services. There's 5 or 6 that really would oversee much of the assessment and evaluation of a product or a service, and in all honesty take away some of that legwork that we have to do as local trusts. So if you've got 200 NHS organisations across the country doing the same thing, it doesn't make sense. So we rely on those third parties to vet and verify and in some ways push the product or service that's been offered, really. Not easy to break into the market, that's got to be said. And I think if you're a small organisation, getting into those organisations, the framework, Crown Commercial Services, supply chain is difficult. So for a smaller organisation, sometimes it is better for them to go straight to trust. Certainly a small, medium enterprise that's based locally to an organisation probably will get a little bit more traction by doing that, whether formally or informally. Well, that's generally the sort of path we take. Smaller organisations tend to come to us. Larger ones we tend to deal with directly at some point, but they'll have gone through a third party to vet and verify.
Gotcha. And it's worth talking about the difference between what you or I might call everyday consumable, dare I call it run-of-the-mill type products, versus highly innovative technologies, for example, you know, there's a big difference in terms of procurement approach, I would guess, about how you evaluate and that kind of stuff.
I mean, if I take a very crude example, we're looking as the NHS to perhaps have 80% of our spend going through NHS supply chain. So NHS supply chain provide the vast majority of our consumable, certainly medical products, but others as well. So we would focus on that in terms of being run-of-the-mill and supply chain being our provider for that NHS supply chain. But when you get to that more high-end, sort of high-value, high-technology, innovative, IP-related product, tends to be different processes to go through. So, for example, we may do a full tender. It's quite rare, but we would do a full, well, ODU tender currently, but a local tender as it would be in the coming months. But we can go through a competitive dialogue, a negotiated procedure, which is a little bit more innovative. It's more challenging in terms of making sure we're abiding by the regulations, but it just allows that little bit of creativity that perhaps the public sector, certainly the NHS, is not necessarily renowned for. You know, we're all in what are perceived to be ivory towers, looking at dusty books and so on. But we do try, as the NHS does try to develop innovation. But if you then look at organisations like the Academic Health Science Network or the Innovation Agency, as it's known as, they do help drive that. They give advice to businesses that will perhaps, they'll certainly be more knowledgeable than someone like myself, a local procurement lead, and they will have more processes that, you know, would help an organisation develop and I suppose ultimately sell their product or service into the NHS. Certainly if it's a new product, it's innovative, it's high value, it tends to need a little bit more sort of oversight and perhaps not just a local trust looking at it alone.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Can you give us, Chris, some idea? You know, we've got big companies, we've got small companies listening into this. We've got the innovators, we've got the everyday consumable PPE suppliers and such like. But is there any advice you give all of them which says, look, before you actually step across our threshold and try to come and present to us, here's some mistakes to avoid, basically. Have you got 3 or 4 of those that you could share with people that would help them to avoid making an absolute howler in the first 2 minutes of opening their mouth?
Yeah, and I suppose it depends on the context and who they are. But if I take a clinic, or somebody speaking to a clinician, quite often it will appear successful, probably for 80% of the way. The clinician will be nodding their head, or the IT lead will be nodding their head, going, "Yeah, this is great, this is great." And you maybe invest quite a bit of time, quite a bit of money in that process, only to meet the dreaded procurement person or the fearsome finance person that holds the purse strings to say, actually, this isn't really a goer at the minute. There's no business case that's been written. There's no funding for it, and so on and so forth. And it's heartbreaking, really, because it's not often, but we will have conversations with, really good product providers, service providers, and saying, listen, there's no funding for this. You've had the conversations. Yeah, the clinician absolutely loves it. The IT director absolutely loves it, but actually, it's not funded. It's a real issue. So I suppose it's checking first of all that there is actually funding available is the key point there. And involving the right people. And obviously, I'm going to say this, but involve the procurement teams early on, because they will give you a straight answer. You will, the clinicians and the directors, execs will nod and they'll agree, but we'll probably give you a more off the record, black and white answer than perhaps they will.
And it's fair to write the order in the procurement department.
Sorry, just repeat that. Sorry, just went a little bit.
It's fair to say that the only people who will actually write the order is the procurement department.
Yeah, I don't want to be getting ideas of one station and power, but yeah, essentially we I suppose vet what goes through as well. There'll be countless orders that will go through for a small amount of money, but we will be involved with the high value ones. And yeah, we're responsible. We're accountable for what goes through. I have to report to, only yesterday, our audit committee to justify certain expenditures and so on, and it's not a pretty place. It's not audit committee.
No. Can you? Sorry, I don't know whether you can help. We're getting some poor feedback here in terms of sound quality. If you can do something about that, I'd be really, really grateful. Sorry, Chris. Let's get back to practicalities. One of the things I've been repeating today, and I make no apology for doing so again, is don't come here trying to sell to the NHS. Come here to make it easy for the NHS to buy. And one of the things that strikes me as interesting is the way that any trust or mental health trust, community provider, whatever it may be, the way they organize a decision to buy doesn't rely on person-to-person contact. It relies on person-to-team contact. Can you explain a little bit about how a trust like yours would make a decision to invest in a significant bit of medtech, for example?
Yeah, absolutely. And we're lucky that we've got quite a good, or very good medical director, Rowan Pritchard-Jones, who's really into his tech and pushes that tech development, and our IT lead as well, Christine Walters, who are both really on the ball with tech. And once you've got that leadership at that level, obviously that's great. But again, it comes down to funding, it comes down to writing a great business case, but it comes down to support from the market as well. You know, we are not experts in the market. I'm not experts in every market. I know some better than others. And it's about having an understanding, really, and we need suppliers' help on that, keeping things simple. So when you're presenting an offer, it's got to be in so many different. So you're speaking to a clinician, you're speaking to an IT lead, you're speaking to a procurement person, a finance person. You've got to be a master of 4 or 5 different languages almost to be able to make something understandable. If you throw something at me with contract terms and conditions, I can live with that. Our clinicians will just glaze over. They won't be interested. It is an art, and I don't envy anybody selling to the NHS, because you've got so many different stakeholders that are going to be looking at something. They'll have a different perspective on it, and it's about balancing that, I suppose, as far as I see it, making sure that what you're doing, you are talking very much in layman terms at most of the time, but where need be, stepping up and really showing that you know your services that you're offering, really.
Thank you. Can you talk? I dropped Dimitri about the sound quality here. Just 1 second.
No problem. It's patchy.
Okay, I'm just going to our technical guy. He's a genius. He'll sort it all out. Can I ask you about you referred to academic health science networks a little while ago? Can you talk about collaborative groups that an individual procurement department in a trust in St Helens and Knowsley, for example, that you might belong to? Because I suspect nothing comes as much of a surprise to you guys, because somebody in another trust has already seen it or had it presented to them. How do you work together in that regard? Is there an informal or formal network? You know,
there is, yeah. So in St Helens and Knowsley, so it's Cheshire and Mersey particularly, we are quite lucky that relatively geographically a relatively small place, but quite a lot of NHS organisations. But myself and other heads of procurement work quite closely together, whether that is we have a WhatsApp group for a start, which is always a great thing, but we meet regularly, if not monthly. We meet at least monthly, if not weekly at the minute, to discuss. We started off discussing PPE, but we discuss various projects now. So we're looking at, I'll probably say 5 or 6 different projects at the minute that we're working on collaborative as just NHS organisations, not as a formal group, but we will work together and maybe approach a supply base as one to say, we're looking at this, what can you do, you know, and start that process really. And then there are more sort of formal groups. So I sit on what is known as the NHS Supply Chain Northern Customer Board. So that is, although it's not a structured organisation as such, we come together to work with, as it is NHS Supply Chain, to make sure that as NHS providers and mental health trusts and so on, that we are getting the best out of NHS Supply Chain. So I suppose we focus more really on those informal groups. We work closely with the likes of Health Trust Europe, Shared Business Services and so on, but we can dip in and out of that. We're not, as a trust, we're not tied to them. We'll find what's best for our patients really, and the funding that's available.
Could you just, because we've used the expression a couple of times now about NHS supply chain and central supply and so on, and again, you know, sorry to labour the point, we've got people watching this from all over the world who may not necessarily be familiar with the way that works. So are you in a position to be able to explain briefly how NHS supply chain works, what it is, and how it makes its products available to trusts and the wider NHS?
So in very, very simple terms, this NHS supply chain is probably the main provider of goods, certainly into the NHS, certainly medical goods, high turnover, relatively low value goods. So it excludes some of the high end stuff, but they are essentially run by the Department of Health or Department of Health and Social Care, government organisation that oversee the procurement, and they've broken that organisation down into 11 categories of spend. So you're ranging from clinical consumables through non-clinical, through orthopedics, and so on and so forth. And that just allows us as NHS organisations to essentially buy from NHS supply chain goods that have already been tendered, costed up, evaluated through NHS supply chains, or SCCL, Supply Chain Coordination Limited, through their processes. Again, often involves tendering, can be onerous for smaller organisations, but they are doing their best to support that, to develop organisations and to open up the market as much as possible. And it just makes it a lot easier as NHS organisations, and in some cases suppliers, to transact, really.
And it's worth also, if you did want to learn more about it and figure out how you could get onto framework agreements and such like, if you just Google NHS supply chain, and there's a lot of information on the NHS supply chain website. There's detailed guides for suppliers in terms of how to apply. They've got a list of all the latest tenders and so on. They're available by product group and such like. It lists the individual buyers, their contact details and so on. There is really, in my experience, there's no excuse for not going through that process, but you will be put under pressure cost-wise and quality-wise, because they're a state-run body looking to get the best possible deal. Is that fair?
Absolutely, yeah. And we pressure them quite heavily to ensure that obviously basic standardization, whether it's an accreditation, CE marking, a quality standard, that everything is of a very high quality, really. But that does put pressure on organisations. You've got an innovative product that's not actually been verified or vetted yet. It's very difficult to break into and provide, but understandably as well, because things need to be verified and ensure that they are safe, really.
Chris, can you talk a bit about creation of businesses and how business cases are used in an organisation, particularly by the procurement team, just to dot I's, cross T's, and make sure that all is as it should be, if that makes sense. Because people have heard the expression business case several times today. Just help them understand what it is you're looking for in terms of the information to be provided.
Absolutely. So a business case is almost given away in its type of name. If we're going to invest some money, so as a trust or an NHS organisation, we want to spend some money. I want to buy a piece of inventory. I don't know, an inventory management system, for example. I had to put a business case together for that, put a return on investment in there, what the cost will be, what the return will be, any benefits from it, and so on and so forth. So building that picture of the positives and in some cases negatives, and the impact of having. So that business case will normally go to the exec teams in each trust for evaluation and go through several steps to get there. So it may go through a procurement review, it may go through a finance review, it may go through a clinical review, and ultimately then it will reach our executive teams for in most cases sign off once it's got through all those processes. Once that approval's given, it is only the start, really, from a procurement perspective. So they're essentially signing off the funding. Let's say $500,000. You've got $500,000 to spend. Therefore, we then need to go through a procurement process. Rarely is it the other way around, that you go through a procurement process and then get sign off, partly because of the effort that goes into it. So the agreement of funding is a start of the process. We'll go out to market, we'll negotiate where we can, and we'll involve all the relevant internal and external stakeholders in that.
Can you, fantastic. Can you give us, and you don't have to name the company name or the product if you don't like, can you give us try to explain an example recently of a company who's come to you and the process they've been through and how they've managed to be successful? Can you use it as sort of a case study example, if you will? I'm deliberately giving a bit of a lead up so you can keep having a bit of time to think about this, and perhaps give some advice to the people watching this so they understand the mechanics of what it takes to be successor. Any thoughts?
I'll use a really sort of basic example of what we've done recently in terms of, we actually built a 64-bedded unit on the side of the hospital to cope with, just not related to COVID, but related to extra activity. So that was very much a case of we went actually through Shared Business Services for this. We went to them. They know the market better than we do. We said, you know, what's happening, what's who's out there, and so on and so forth. So we ended up ultimately engaging with a company called Portakabin. Probably most people know of them. But that went through a what's called a mini competition process. And it was very black and white, a good, almost old-fashioned process of, we had a specification, we put it out to market, we got responses, and we evaluated it. And it was really quite simple. And that's a sort of example of being black and white and following it, using a framework provider, using a third-party provider for that. What I'm going to do is slightly contradict myself and say some of the lower value products, and I'll use a bed, for example, are sometimes just literally something somebody's seen in another trust, they like the look of, the clinicians come back, and we therefore almost reverse engineer it to find, actually, how can we, and then we open it up again to the market to say, this is what we like, how can you help us, and you know, making sure that we're being just fair and transparent. There's a lot of sort of misnomers about procurement, and that, you know, it's all a little bit shady. I honestly couldn't be more, it couldn't be more from that. We're probably really boring and very black and white. I don't want to be bureaucratic, but we're very, you know, we're very open and transparent, and we pride ourselves on that.
No shade, McNamara.
That's correct.
Okay, well, look, we've got a couple of questions that we've got. Subhashis has said, frameworks generally only allow new companies on every 4 years, which strikes me as restrictive.
Yeah.
What's your view on DPS or other procurement channels?
So does it say DPS then, dynamic purchasing system?
I think so, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the way forward. I think the old-fashioned position of a 4-year framework really does limit the market. Things change so much in 4 years. I mean, just take the last 12 months. So much has changed in the last 12 months. There's providers out there now that probably would not provided anything to the NHS 9 months ago, but now they're pivotal. So yeah, I think dynamic purchasing systems personally are within reason a way to go. It keeps suppliers fresh. It keeps the market fresh. It's relatively easy to set up. You know, I've had a conversation with a couple of people about establishing dynamic purchasing systems, and it just
go back a little bit and explain what a dynamic purchasing system is. Would you mind? Sorry.
It's fine. It's essentially an agreement that's put in place, and as those of you that are aware of the framework, is essentially this is very crude analogy, but a list of suppliers that will provide certain products, and this dynamic purchasing system is one that evolves, it changes. So you may be on there for 3 months and you might drop off, or more importantly, new entrants are added on that may be able to provide similar products. Because I find if you were a provider of certain products and you're aware that most of these framework providers have a 4-year window and you've missed that 4-year window on all of them, you've got 4 years of potentially trying to get back into the market off through a different route, and that's not fair. That's not the way the market, the way we work, the way that, you know, the world we work in now is so fast paced, and we need that adaptability. And typically the public sector, certainly the NHS, has not been renowned for that. So personally, dynamic purchasing systems, yes, I think are a way forward, and we should be. And I know there is appetite for building on those.
Good. I remember years ago having to get involved in a reverse auction where I would think I was supplying a range of pretty bog standard diagnostic materials, you know, tongue depressors and cheap otoscopes and that kind of stuff. And we got involved in a reverse auction, and it made me question my own existence, to be perfectly honest. Are those things still happening?
Short answer, no. There's a lot of urban myths about reverse auctions. Now, I've been in the NHS about 10 years, but I was in the private sector before that. I remember working with the sales team on a reverse auction, and it was like watching the lottery numbers come in. It was just bizarre. It was really, and to be honest with you, there is some benefit to it, but I think there's too much focus on cost, in my opinion. It is about our cost, as opposed to actually, yeah, it might be the cheapest, but really, what is it we're getting? Works on certain commodities, I think, but not on everything. But they don't tend to be widely used, certainly not in this area at the minute.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Could you? We've got about 5 minutes left, so I'm keen to try to bring this to a sort of a close. Could you try to explain to me, if I'm a supplier and I'm sitting in Rio de Janeiro or Singapore or Sydney or wherever, and I'm contemplating my first moves here.
Yeah.
3 pieces of advice that you'd give them, Chris. 3 pieces of advice. What's it going to be?
Does wishing them all the best count as one?
Yeah, that counts.
No,
that's important, actually. To be fair, that's nice, because I think the image that procurement tends to have in many potential suppliers' eyes is, as I think you even described yourself at the beginning, this sort of the ogres who are going to put a dampener on everything. And actually, all you want is a process follow.
Absolutely. No, ultimately, and it is cliche, but we are looking for the best for our patients and my colleagues, the staff, the clinical teams, IT teams, and so on and so forth. We're looking for the best that we want, that we can possibly get. That ogre image, yeah, is fair in some cases. But I think if you're looking for sort of 3 top tips would be, certainly if you're overseas, would be first of all engaging with somebody like the academic health science networks or directly with NHS supply chain. Now, quite often we find ourselves with suppliers from overseas. We do not deal with them directly for a variety of reasons, but possibly looking at a third party or a UK-based distributor in some cases. I know that's not always possible, but that may provide another avenue as well. So there are certain arrangements with certain providers in the IT sector that allow almost subcontracting out. So I can I can approach a particular provider, and I'll use Health Trust Europe as an example here. So they are based in America and Europe as well, but they have certain IT providers that allow us to almost subcontract, it's not the right word, but almost subcontract the procurement of the IT equipment in this case. So it's possibly looking at a distributor, it's engaging with academic health science networks, and depending on the product, I suppose, is the net through. So if it's a commodity, arguably NHS supply chain are an option. If it's more of a service or a sort of high-end tech product, probably need to be engaging with, again, going back to the innovation agency. But there's no problem engaging and finding a head of procurement in the NHS. Most of us are more than happy to speak to, because it's on a case-by-case basis. I can't give a flat rule to say this will always work, but we as heads of procurement take real pride in innovation. If we can bring something innovative to our colleagues and to our patients, we'll be doing it. We want to do it. We want to make sure that we get the best out there. And so, and it's not easy always to find a head of procurement, but if you can find one, just drop us an email, give us a call. As long as the email's got my name right at the beginning, it doesn't look like it's a spam email, I'll read it. We get quite a lot of emails, often quite generic. If it's tailored, we'll read it. We'll absolutely read it, and we'll engage where we can as well.
Well, that's good news. It's good to hear, because, I mean, first of all, it's been a pleasure talking to you, and I'm very grateful. I'm sure everybody who's been watching this is very grateful for you giving up your time. And you can be sure that Chris McNamara will be receiving a few emails.
I know, yeah, I've said it now, haven't I?
The flip side of doing this, I get that. But I remember coming to St Helens and Knowsley to see Rowan, your medical director, and he was talking to us about, just to give an example of innovation, he was talking to us about a new technology they brought in for virtual outpatient appointments for stroke victims who were recovering. So the person could sit in their home and actually have a sensible conversation with the outpatient, the stroke rehabilitation team at St Helens and Knowsley. I'm sure you know exactly what I'm talking about. And that was a year ago. And the extraordinary thing is that in a year, that's not unusual or weird or way out there in terms of wacky technology. That's now what everybody's doing. So, when you do get the opportunity to show your product in its best light, you'll find that the NHS very rapidly adopts at scale if it's any good. So yes, it may be difficult to get in the first place, but if you prove your concept, if you prove your worth, you'll be amazed how quickly the news spreads. Is that a fair final comment?
Absolutely, yeah. It's making best of that circumstance as well.
Lovely. Well, Chris, that's it. We're up for our time. It's been a huge pleasure talking to you. I'm so grateful to you.
No, pleasure. Thank you.
Please give my very best wishes to everybody up in fabulous St Helens and Knowsley. I know what a fantastic trust it is, and I know how hard you're all working, particularly at present. So please give our collective thank you.
Very much. Thanks very much. Thank you for the invite. All right.
we'll be in touch soon, I'm sure.
Thank you. Thanks, Jonathan. Thanks.
Okay, folks. Well, there goes Chris. Wasn't that good? Wasn't that good? You see, he wasn't an ogre. I know he was wearing a black shirt, but he wasn't an ogre. What a nice man. I bet you're all thinking now, this is dead straightforward. Anybody can approach the procurement people. Nothing to be frightened of, okay? So if you're thinking, well, that's fine, I'm just going to bring in now Hugh Hamer from Williams Medical Supplies, who's the CEO of Williams Medical Supplies, and Louise, who's his Director of Operations. I'm going to bring them in just now. Hang on, just give me one moment here. So we'll see how we go. They're going to talk to you from the position of well, they are the leading distributors in the United Kingdom, certainly for primary care. Through other companies in their stable, they also supply the acute sector and such like. And I think you're going to find this really, really interesting when we get to bring them through. So if you could just bear with us a couple of moments while we bring them through from the speaker's lobby, and then we'll get straight to it. If anybody's got any questions in the meantime, do feel free. Probably the chat facility is the easiest thing to use, because I've got that on my screen as the moderator all the time, and it should work, you know. I've just been told that Hugh and Louise were originally sent a broken link, but they're logging in again now, and they should be with us very shortly. So just chat amongst yourselves, or go and get a quick glass of water, or go and start chattering excitedly about the potential that you have for supplying the likes of St Helens and Knowsley. But we'll be with you very, very shortly as soon as we have Louise and Hugh with us. Thank you. What they're finding from this, any useful stuff they've already learnt, or anything specifically they might like to find out as this last session goes into play. Do use the chat facility, and I'll take note and come back to you. Even if it's just to say, hi, I'm enjoying this, John, because it's quite a lonely existence here. I've got my friendly ceramic rhinoceros on the wall behind me. I'm sure you can all see that. In case you're wondering, his name is Neil. And some of you will be wondering, John, why do you have a rhinoceros on the wall behind you called Neil? Well, it's straightforward. You ready? He's Rhino Neil. No? Oh, come on, I've worked hard at that one. That's my best gag. It's not going to get any better than that, I'm afraid. So if you have got some stuff that you've enjoyed or you've found useful, do let me know. I'm just going to try to find out where we are with Hugh. Louise should be in any moment. That's good news. I'm expecting Hugh to follow her as well. So just stand by, maybe a minute or two, and we'll be able to begin. Okay. So we're just hanging on here. In case of those of you who are just joining now, you may be wondering what's taking place. We're just got a slight technical issue while we wait for Hugh Hamer, the Chief Executive of Williams Medical Supplies, and Louise Clark, who is his Operations Director, just to come through. We're assured it shouldn't be too long now. If you could just bear with us, and we'll be with you as soon as we possibly can. We'll just give this one more minute to see if they come through. If they don't, then we might play you a short video of something else that was going to follow the Williams Medical piece, but we may go early on it. We'll see. So thank you for your patience. Shouldn't be a minute now. Ah, you see, it was great when people have a little bit of patience, because Williams Medical Supplies always come through on their promises, don't they, Hugh?
Absolutely. It's all about the technology and interaction.
Well, look, you've made it. You can relax for a moment or two now. I'm just going to let Jade know that we've got you. Just give me 1 second. And some of you may be wondering, Hugh, bless him, he's unwell, and he's such a trooper, such a warrior, Hugh, that you're even prepared to honour your commitment to Giant Health when you're feeling a little bit under the weather. So thank you for that. I'm just going to hold the start because we've got Louise coming any moment. Louise Baker, who's Hugh's Director of Operations, I think. Hugh, is that correct?
Correct, yes. Correct.
Okay. Hugh, just while we wait for Louise, can you just give an idea as to what Williams Medical Supplies is and what it does, and also perhaps the link with DCC for wider distribution beyond just primary care?
Absolutely, absolutely. So yeah, and John, I apologize if I cough through this. I might be the only participant on here who had a positive COVID test today. So
fantastic. Isn't that good news? Well, thank goodness there's a big screen between me and you.
So I'm in full isolation. So let me start at the top here. Within DCC PLC, which actually is a FTSE 100 listed business, but it's the biggest PLC that I've yet to find anyone who has heard the name, because it maintains the brands on the ground. So within the healthcare division, there's actually the brand there is DCC Vital, which is VITAL. A lot of people pronounce it Vital. And within that, there is Williams Medical, which I'll give a little bit more detail on in a second. We have a UK and international business that is focused on the acute secondary care market, so basically supplying products and services into hospitals. And we have an island business that effectively looks after all of the care settings for both equipment and pharma into the island of Ireland. It's about a £450 million turnover business, give you an idea of the scale of it, and we have about 700 employees. If I look at Williams Medical, and actually the business unit that I look after is, we'd call it the primary care business unit. So any care setting that's outside of a secondary care hospital environment. And the biggest brand would be Williams Medical, although we also have a brand in the first responder SP services that would supply products to ambulance, fire, police who need medical equipment. But Williams' core market in primary care would be GP surgeries. So that gives you a quick overview.
Thank you, Hugh. And while you've been doing that, the fabulous Louise Baker has appeared as well, who's Hugh's Director of Operations. We're delighted to have you both with us, I must say. Look, we've got a great audience lined up for you. And the audience has had some fantastic presentations on regulatory. It's had conversations about product evaluation and how to do that well. They've met head of procurement from St Helens and Knowsley NHS Trust, who've talked about how they actually go through the process of buying product through the different chains of command and so on. So now we're with you, because typically, as I explained right at the beginning of the day at 1 o'clock, often when I'm going to big international trade exhibitions and so on, I'll see some really good innovative medtech product, and at the back of the booth will be a pop-up stand that says distributors wanted, or one of those will say United Kingdom. And you think, if that is their sole UK entry strategy, then we got problems. So if a supplier who's a prospective supplier to primary care or the acute sector comes across your threshold and wants to make an impact with you, is interested even in appointing you as a distributor, what's the classic mistake that they tend to make, or mistakes that they tend to make? Happy for either of you to pipe up at this stage.
So if I start, but Louise is obviously far better placed than I am to talk about the kind of supply chain and operations side of things. But I guess if we look at the things that we would be looking for from a distributor, and then I guess the mistakes are if we haven't got some of those things in place. So I guess and what the COVID pandemic has done is it's brought these into sharp focus, because we've had to bring new products on stream very quickly. So the 3 areas we'd be looking at, and John, it sounds like you've already been talking about these, but it's really important to us as a distributor. We look in 3 areas. So firstly, does the manufacturer have the necessary regulatory and corporate governance requirements in place? Because you don't get past the checkpoint unless that's in place. So I'll talk a little bit about that in more detail in a second. Then you've got the supply chain process itself, from buy-in to packaging to the returns process, that Louise will kind of pick up a bit more detail about what we might look for and the pitfalls in that. And I guess the third part is actually, how are we going to support the customer? Do you have a clear view as to who your customer is going to be, in what channel? And then how can we work together to make the most of the customer opportunity? So regulatory requirements and governance, overall supply chain process, and then how are we going to interact with the customer? Those are our 3 hurdles to get through.
And non-negotiable. And if you don't mind, Hugh, I will come back, because I want to talk to you about the corporate governance, because there are issues around that the responsible distributors and such like treat very seriously indeed. I know that. Okay, same question to you then, Louise. What do you make of this?
Yeah, so again, based on the pandemic and where we were at, a lot of it was more of a scattergun approach. So it was blanket emails fired off to the wrong people in the wrong departments. It didn't have enough information, wasn't pitched in the right place. The market research behind it was almost like they'd found us in an address book, rather than they'd done any diligence around who we are as a business, who our customer base is, where our reach is, and how they would fit in with our range. So a lot of it goes into junk boxes and therefore gets deleted. Those that made contact and then we progressed to like next stages with, it's back to the regulatory piece. It wasn't in place. The full commercials weren't there. And if we progressed to a place whereby we got through those hurdles, we came up against stock availability issues, timing issues, lead time of product. So really it was about not having all the information up front, and then it's almost as if you're chasing for that information as you go through the process, and then it's the waiting game. Every time you go over a hurdle, it just lengthens that process.
Perfect. So to paraphrase or summarize what both of you have said, you've got to have your information lined up in an accessible and intelligent manner. That information must include the full gamut of regulatory and corporate governance, and you need to be very clear about why you think your product or service or software is appropriate to a particular customer group. Is that a fair summary of what you both said?
Yeah, I think you're right, John. And it is worth saying, actually, so if we're looking for our perfect partner for distribution, we would very much like to have all of those things in place, and it's a plug and play, and we don't have any hassle. But we also appreciate that world that sometimes doesn't exist. And it's really important for us, if the regulatory requirements aren't in place and distributors need help, that they're open and honest with us and work with us up front, so we can get all of the things on the table. We have skills in regulatory and governance that can help distributors, but we need to be open and honest up front, because the worst case scenario is where we think everything's in place, we've been told everything's in place, but when we go to the next stage, or we don't have that paperwork isn't signed off by the appropriate body. So it's really important. It doesn't mean we can't help, we just need to know where you are.
Perfect. I think if that message has not been properly received by people, particularly after Trevor Lewis's presentation earlier this afternoon, and Liz Ashell-Payne from Orca talking about assessment of product and evaluation, then it never will be absorbed. I think it's fair to say. Hugh, can you just run us by this corporate governance element that you were referring to? And I know there are particular issues around suppliers' workforce welfare, for example, anti-slavery, anti-corruption. Help us understand what you're looking for and why that's become so high up the agenda, please.
John, you've ticked the most vital ones off there, but I guess any reputable distributor or anyone working with the NHS, and I'd say across Europe, and now would need to make sure that the business effectively follows recognized standard in supply chain, and follow good business practices. So they are the piece around they're following local law. Anti-bribery and corruption is a European standard that we have to conform to, and there's also the equivalent standard in the States as well. So we have to ensure that there are no issues around anti-competitive behaviors, bribes. And as a corporate PLC, we are responsible for you as a distributor. We can't pass that responsibility back to you as a distributor. So it actually is important for us as a business that the people we deal with are also following the appropriate guidelines around these areas. And you'll see it in the NHS and in hospitals. They actually have standards for that. They have a labour standard, which I'm sure you've touched on, and it's really important. I wrote a couple of things down here: local law, anti-bribery and corruption, child labour standards. We also would then check that there's no adverse media that have been flagged. So as a business, we would do a third-party check on any of our suppliers. We actually use a company called Kroll. We call it a Kroll check, and they will red flag, amber flag, green flag all businesses, and they will pick up, has there been any adverse media reports for that business? And the other one we look for, is there any direct political exposure of the people in the business? So as a corporate, all of that falls back on us as a PLC. So for us to be safe and us to sleep at night, we need to ensure our distributors also follow the standards that we expect our business to follow.
Perfect. And again, because I've seen them, I've been approached by companies who are interested in selling their product into the United Kingdom market, particularly over the last 10 months, a lot on PP and that kind of stuff. And the first email I receive is something about, we have the following product available immediately, such and such a tonnage, here's the sort of price, it's all CE marked, so you don't need to worry about that. Where do I sign? And you think, it's so repetitive to keep having to go back to the same questions again and again and again, because there's just a way to doing things here, and dare I say in the rest of Western Europe, which is just different. And you either abide by that, or you're going to run into problems real quick. All right, thank you for doing that so well.
I just add to that, I know this is it's something we do in our business, and it's not unique to the good distribution businesses in the UK and in Europe. But unless a business can get through those first governance checks, it will go no further. That's a stage gate you have to get through. Unless you get through that stage gate, there is no compromise to be made on these things.
Perfect, and that would apply for middle agents and such like as well, who are negotiating complicated, multi-part deals from elsewhere. Same applies. I get that. Yeah. Thank you, Louise. Can I ask you about finance, about the money, because I just think it's important that we give people watching this within different sectors of product, be that consumable or hardware or software or whatever it might be. You guys have got all the experience in the world of buying stuff that's appropriate. Help newcomers to understand what the margin expectations are and how they go about calculating whether they can really afford to do this and still make their product competitively priced.
Yeah, and I think that a lot of that comes back to that market research piece as well. I mean, we've all, going online, going onto the company's websites and seeing where price points are offered out as well is always important. And looking at where that market is and where to pitch it best. Quite often when we've been approached, it's at, low price for X product. And that price is a great price. But then when you go further down the commercials with them, it's not included in the shipping or the freight or anything like that involved in it. So it's that upfront commercial piece from them as well, that it's not just that basic price out of the factory. It's more about that end-to-end total cost of supply for us as well. And how that all works as a process, because obviously it has a great impact on us if, it's a great price to buy it at, but then it's going to cost you double that to ship it over to the UK.
What's the sort of margin expectation? I hope you don't mind me asking this, and if it's commercially confidential, just say, shut up, John, I'm not going there.
I will throw that back to Hugh, because he actually is looking after the commercial at the moment. So
no, look, that's fine. And
can you give some kind of a steer as to the sorts of margins that a reasonable conversation can then take place around?
Yeah, look, as a distribution business who is about understanding the customers, and we effectively are the first port of call to GP practices. So we add a lot of value in the supply chain. It's not just about shipping a box from A to B. It's about marketing. It's about sales force. It's about helping technically.
And so if I may, sorry to interrupt you, but you will break down pallets into single items and make them up into a bulk delivery of hundreds of different items for a customer. Yeah.
So to answer your question, our margin expectations for doing the value we add would be in the 30 to 40% mark. So there are businesses that will work on single digit, high single digit to 10% margins, but you get what you pay for, and they work for some manufacturers because all they want is a lorry to take it from the port directly into a big warehouse. So again, I think it comes back to you being clear around who your target market is. Who do you want to sell? Who's going to buy your product? Where's the customer need? And then what is the appropriate way to get it to market? If you need a distributor that adds value, you're looking at 30 to 40%. If you're just looking for a vehicle to ship it to your end customer and you're doing all the selling, you might get away with 10, 15%.
Well, I had to ask because I know it's going to be occupying people's minds if they're contemplating coming in here, but I think you've given such a sensible answer to it. Okay, so we've got about 5 minutes to go. I'm going to ask you both, and I'm giving a bit of a lead in so you get the opportunity to think about this. Okay, but I'm going to give you both the opportunity to give 2 pieces of advice each to potential suppliers who are looking to get in contact with you and looking to start to develop some kind of a rapport, a relationship with you. What would you tell them in respect of, right, here's where you should start. If you get these things right, then we can at least have a conversation by Zoom or Teams or whatever it might be. But otherwise, you know what? There's plenty of other ways you can make a living around the world. Go and do one of those instead. Is that fair? So who'd like to start?
Okay.
go, Louise. Here as well.
I'm not going to be able to copy.
Good for you, Louise.
So my two would be ready and do your research. So you've got to be ready with your product to market. There's no point starting conversations if you're not ready with the stock, if you're not ready to start the business journey. And then the research, all of this is about, are we the right distributor for you? Have you got the right product for us? And are we distributing that in the right marketplace? So I think it all comes back to doing the diligence around the research and having everything ready for when you make that communication. And whether that's, as Hugh said earlier, it's we've got all of this, we need your help for the next part. Be honest and just be ready with it all, because we're going to ask the same questions of everybody and it is very repetitive. So just to have that in place.
Fantastic. Thank you, Louise. Come on then, Hugh. COVID Hugh, as we shall now call him.
And you can't copy.
You missed this earlier in the session, by the way. Hugh is the only person I bet today who is presenting live at Giant Health, and he is COVID positive. Can you believe that? And only diagnosed this morning. He's a warrior, let me tell you, a warrior.
I'd only do it for you, John.
Right too.
So look, absolutely what Louise said, I'd reinforce I'd say those two, and those are really important to be prepared. But I think if I were to add to those, it would be really helpful if you had thought through who the customer is, really, because if you have a product and you're not clear whether it's an acute care, secondary care product, or it's a primary care product, or it's a home care product, we're probably sitting there going, I'm not quite sure this product is right, because you haven't done that customer piece. So that's really important. And my last one would be open. And we want to build partnerships. If we're going to build a distributor that drives growth through our business and gives our customers what they need, we want to build a partnership. We don't want a transactional relationship with our manufacturers. So we would like to build open partnerships. So come with an open approach.
Okay. Well, look, I've got to say a huge thank you to you both. Those of you watching at home or in your office or in your factory or laboratory, whatever else it may be, that's Hugh Hamer, Chief Executive of Williams Medical Supplies. And I think you're on the board at DCC, aren't you, Hugh? Is that correct?
That's probably stepping it too far. I'm on the board of Vital. That's fine.
Aspiring. I'm the fabulous Louise Baker, Director of Operations at Williams Medical Supplies. Look, you can see this is not messing about. These are sophisticated organizations that require you to be equally sophisticated in your approach if you're serious about doing business here. You've got to get your information aligned. You've got to be open and honest about the challenges that you may still have, and you need to be prepared to enter into a long-term partnership. But for me, that's really all about information and planning and getting the proper details lined up well in advance. Hugh and Louise, thanks a million. I'm so grateful to you. Hugh, particularly you. What? I mean, medals will be given out.
Thank you.
On this evening, and you'll be kneeling to receive one. I'm certain of it. Okay. All right, guys. I'll bid you adieu. I'm most grateful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Okay, well, look, that kind of gets us to the end of the live stuff that we've been doing, and I'm hoping Dimitro is standing by, because I'd now like to introduce. We've got a recorded session now with the wonderful Graham Armitage, and Graham is Innovation Manager and UK Partnership Lead for EIT Health, who've been generous enough to sponsor this particular aspect of the market entry stream. I do hope you've enjoyed the content that we've been able to provide. I am personally available to follow up on any questions that you may have. I will just enter quickly my email address again, in case people may have missed it slightly earlier on. Got that right. So if you've got something that you'd like to ask of me, obviously my company, UK HealthGateway, we are market access enabling specialists. We'll help you get into this market. But truthfully, this presentation is really all about you, and it's helping you to understand what you need to be doing to get, as we would say over here in the UK, your ducks in the row to make sure that you can enter successfully, and most important of all, actually create some revenue through taking some orders. But Dimitro, I hope we're ready. I'm going to ask Dimitro now to play the video for EIT technology. Just a moment. It should appear very shortly. Okay, here you go. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Graham Armitage. I'm an innovation manager with the UK Ireland Innovation Hub of an organisation called EIT Health. And I'd like to talk to you today about a programme which could help you to access the services and capabilities that you've heard about in the earlier parts of this session. For those of you based in Europe, this programme also potentially provides the opportunity to be funded to access some of those services. And for any of you out there who represent incubators or accelerators, an opportunity to join with EIT Health to support funded SMEs to access your services. So if you're wondering who EIT Health is, it's an organisation under the auspices of the European Institute for Innovation and Technology, which supports a community of innovators and health organisations across the European Union, 150 different partner organisations working together to answer some of the healthcare challenges that we all experience. We're headquartered in Germany, and across Europe we have 6 regional innovation hubs, of which the UK Ireland is one, and a number of cluster organisations elsewhere around Europe. And amongst the 150 partners, I'm sure you can see household names, important universities across Europe, and in particular from the UK Ireland, we have organisations like Imperial College London and Oxford University. We have companies like Boston Scientific and Medtronic, and we also have representation from the academic health science networks within the UK, who are, within England anyway, the organisations responsible for innovation into and out of the NHS. So the programme I'd like to talk to you about is EIT Health's Bridgehead programme, which is an offer specifically targeting SMEs. Our overall programme includes a portfolio of acceleration to support businesses from very early stages to evaluate, incubate, and develop their ideas, to scale them up, and then to push them out into new markets. The Bridgehead programme sits between that scale up and scale out process and helps to move companies from one market into other markets across Europe or globally. So what does the proposition offer? Well, we've got we connect the startups to our vetted incubators and accelerators, our catalyzers, in the target market area that you've chosen. And they then facilitate your access to networks of partners and clients that they know and they work with regularly within that country. They're able to provide you with the sort of individual guidance that you need to navigate the regulatory and reimbursement systems, in this case within the UK. And you'll have heard about the importance of those elements in earlier parts of this presentation. They will also be able to facilitate access to office space and other infrastructure within the area, such as startup offices or hot desking, to facilitate you to operate in that environment. And then for those of you that are based in Europe, they are also able to offer grants of 30 to 40,000 euros to cover some of the cost of some of those services from those incubators and accelerators. The program is nominally in two parts. Bridgehead Europe, which is about penetrating new European markets and which has been established for longer, and where we've already supported a large number of startups. Although we say we've supported 30, those are 30 that have been funded, others have received support from those catalyzer organizations on a self-funding basis. And then the global program, which started this year, we're already supporting quite a large number of European businesses, SMEs, to move into markets beyond Europe. So what's in it for you as a startup? You get the service offers tailored to your needs. So as part of the process, you would work with EIT Health to work out what your needs are, and to make sure that we identify the right catalyzer to support you in those needs. The catalyzer will work as a door opener for you to provide you with local knowledge and guidance. You get to choose where you go and who you work with. We have that framework where you can discuss with all of the catalyzers in the network what you really need and where you really want to go, and whether they can help you or not. And they'll provide you with access to testing, experimental and validation infrastructure, as it shows there. And we're really about giving you the chance to get results. We need you to get results in response to the program that we're running because of the way it's set up. And of course, I already spoke about the funding, which is available if you're from an EU country eligible for Horizon Europe funding. If you want to take part in this process, there are a few requirements. It is open to micro and small enterprises, so those less than 250 employees, and spin-offs and startups in amongst that. You need to be active in the medtech, biotech, or digital health space, already incorporated and operating out of an EU country, or the UK, because the UK is still a partner in this program, and have innovative and promising business concepts that EIT would like to support scale out for. And you need to be ready for that scale out. So part of the process will be to determine that we feel that you are ready for that. So the selection criteria that you would go through would look at your market opportunity and your evaluation of it, your need to do that in internationalization and expansion, your ability to manage it, and how much impact our program would have in supporting you to do that, as well as the planning of the business model and development strategy that you have, and an overall promising impression of your business. So the organisations that you would work with all have outstanding track records. In the UK, we have 2 catalyzers in the current year, which soon comes to an end, and they are an academic health science network in the northwest of the country, and an accelerator based in Oxford University Hospital. So these are organisations that have very good track records and excellent linkages to the National Health Service, and are well placed to help support people to access those particular sorts of markets. We will also provide internationalization services, so they are able to provide advice on market access and strategies to help you overcome the sorts of obstacles that have been spoken about today. They do have understanding of the regulatory and reimbursement systems that you need to be able to understand clearly, and they can provide access to facilities, and they're embedded within our network of organizations, allowing them to access organizations that they don't necessarily directly work with on a day-to-day basis, but who are part of our wider network. They're also linked into other accelerators and incubators across the UK who also work with different environments. So you're not necessarily committed to engaging with one part of the UK system just because of where you've chosen the catalyzer. If you're an incubator or an accelerator organisation who wants to be part of this programme, it is possible to join. these are the global capabilities that we have if you're wanting to go outside of Europe. But for this audience specifically, coming into the United Kingdom at the moment, the current catalyzers are the Hill in Oxford and the Innovation Agency in the northwest of England. We would welcome interest from other catalyzers, other potential catalyzers, clearly. All of the catalyzers provide these personalized internationalization services. They'll give you introduction and advice. They'll both to individuals and to systems. They will help you to get your product fit right and to check that your product fit actually matches the needs of the UK marketplace. And they'll help you to shake hands with the right people to access that market. I mentioned that they can provide physical spaces, they can support you in business development, and they certainly can introduce you to a range of potential partners, distributors, clients, etc. All of whom you've discussed the need for in this program. For those of you that think you might want to be a catalyzer, the opportunities are to access a lot of European startups that come through our program. To work with other catalyzers to make sure that your skills and activities are of the highest possible quality, and that you can transfer knowledge within that system. A connection to the wider EIT health system, which includes funding of substantial innovation projects, and a stronger positioning in a brand that covers the whole of Europe and beyond. To become a catalyzer, you need to first of all contact the EIT Health team, explain what you do and what you offer, and convince us that you're an appropriate candidate. You would need to become a partner, which has a small cost, and you'd need to show your potential offering to startups, and then we would be able to incorporate you into our program. If you're interested in the program or anything else that EIT Health might have to offer, for those of you based in the UK or wanting to access the UK, then the UK Ireland team are standing by to help. A very glamorous team we are too, as you can see. And if you have any questions at all, please come and visit us in our innovation zone here at Giant Health, and we'll do our very best to answer any questions and specifics that you want to know. Thank you very much.